How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. We got some goodies for today's stream, but of course, they are all nothing compared to what's going to be coming tomorrow. So hello, hope you're all doing well today. Welcome to the stream. In case you have not seen the post,
for your work explaining the crazy world of Warhammer fantasy to us.
Oh.
I'd never have come to love this world to this extent without you.
Well, I see, and thank you so much for the sweet words. Thank you for the 34 months. That's a fucking long time, dude. Thank you so much. So, you know what? I can pop y'all up on stream. There you go. There you all. There you are. Look, y'all exist. You exist. Look at you. So the major stuff before we get into the stream to actually like play the game is that if you haven't seen it, there is a poll over up on YouTube. So there's a YouTube poll up right now that is for which campaign we are going to play tomorrow, because tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time, I will be starting my first DLC campaign live here on YouTube and Twitch for your viewing pleasure. So there's a poll up right now where you can go vote for Elspeth von Draken, Malakah Makaisen, or Tarmakon the Maggot Lord. And whoever wins is going to win, and we will play that campaign live on stream. I will say that Malachi
to realize that was a tuft of hair, not an echocadeur attachment to your headset.
Tuft of, oh yeah, like back here. Yes, that's, yeah, there you go. That's my, yeah, that's my hair. I would not wear cat ears. That's not really, that doesn't really match who I am as a person. But Vorn, thank you for the 15 months. And Mortog, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. So, please go vote on that. Malachi, I believe right now is currently crushing it. So if you are on the non-Malachi teams especially, you're going to need to rally together very quickly to support your boys. But I'll be having other videos coming out in the mornings as well. So there will be videos in the mornings covering like various topics. So like we'll do a video on like Tarmacon's chieftains, and we'll do a video on like Elspeth's gunnery school and some other stuff that'll be isolated from the streams. So even if like the character that you're voting for isn't the one that wins, it's not going to be the end of the world by any means of the imagination. And of course, we only have 8 days, less than 8 days until you get to have Thrones of Decay in your own hands. I'm hoping pre-orders will start this week, because I would love to get that Fanatical link up and running so that y'all can save some money and I can make some money and everybody wins. But Yeti, thank you very much for the 20 months. And Seisman, thank you for the becoming a member over on YouTube. No, I'm actually thinking of doing some like member. I'm trying to think of like little exclusive things to do here and there, just for funsies. And I've been working on some cool little ideas, so for like Twitch subs and YouTube members and stuff like that. So hopefully those will be things looking forward to in the future. But thank you for the support. Holy mother of shit. Alexander, thank you for the $50 tip. My God, no message. No message at all. Thank you, Mr. Alexander, wherever you may be. Thank you so much. That's super generous of you. Lord Zimnus, thank you for the $2 super chat. Who calls? Okay, so this is what we need to figure out. You'll notice if you're looking on YouTube, there's no thumbnail for this. And the reason is because I have no idea who we're going to play. There you are, Alexander. You are a Giga Chad. Such a Giga Chad. I know we're going to play Empire, but I don't know which Empire. I will say that Gelt and Franz are by far the most different. Wolfhart and Volkmar, granted, I haven't spent a ton of time with them, so maybe there's some slight differences there. But we're going to go ahead and do a poll. We'll do a poll on YouTube and Twitch. I'm hoping there's a Twitch mod here. I can take care of the YouTube one. But we're going to do just a little poll, and y'all will get to decide who we will play today. Who shall we play today? And your options are Karl Franz, Balthazar Gelt, Volkmar the Grim, and Marcus Wolfhart. So I'm going to go ahead and start the poll. If y'all would do me a favor, it should appear at the top of your chat, whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube. If you would please vote on that. Vote like if you don't, you'll be suddenly and utterly eradicated. I would appreciate it. I suspect Franz will win, but who knows? Y'all may surprise me. Yeah, but tomorrow DLC stuff starts. Tomorrow, I made absolutely sure I could say that. Tomorrow the DLC embargo drops. So if you're like, I want to see new stuff, come back tomorrow. But yeah, hopefully you're all having a lovely day. Real quick to those on Twitch who like doing the Ola Skinks garbage, welcome and hello and good afternoon to Shore 9000, Hawkeye, Lisev, 505, Adorek, 9663, Tech 27, Star Dragon, Bishop of Cheddar, Perkapeach, that's a new one, Ratwood 19, Papa Neeks, Mortog, Gothic Spike, Mr. Bourne, that one guy you know, Longleg, Solter, King Billy the Third, who I banned, because he always asks to be banned. He likes to be thrown in the snake pit. Isthean, Servant of Sin, Yeti 13, and Doomathy, hello, and welcome. Theros, Sly as a Fox, I like how you spell that. Anthony, thanks so much for becoming a Red Host member. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the sweet thing. I'll tell y'all what. Because to me it's looking like it's kind of a blowout in Karl Franz's favor. So here's what we're gonna do. There's nothing I can really show y'all with Gelt that I haven't already. I've shown you literally everything if you go watch the video. But what I will do is let's pop into the Marcus Wolfhart campaign and the Volkmar campaign very briefly, just to look at like their tech tree and stuff, just to see how some things got shuffled around, because I know some people have been asking about that. So we'll make a brief foray into their campaigns just to look at any potential big changes, and then we'll hop into Karl Franz, because Karl Franz is winning by a landslide. So there's no, yeah, we can go ahead and wrap up the polls. It's not even close. Franz is ahead by like triple digits. Harry Eilis, do I think High Elves are next and in an update? I don't know. I'll put it this way. If Creative Assembly has not altered their future plans too drastically, I do believe that Slaanesh and High Elves are next. But I don't know how their plans may have changed.
Thanks for the 14 months of entertainment. Was watching the dwarf VOD and came up with a question.
Sure.
If you were a human and had a dwarf as your best friend, and I mean bestest of friends, what would be the benefits and drawbacks?
Mediocre MIP. So the benefits would be that you would have an ally and a friend who is faithful beyond all comparison. Someone that will stick up for you in any scenario, that will have your back in any scenario, who knows you and loves you unlike anyone else. However, there would be downsides. Major downsides would be that they would hold you to a very high standard. They would probably hold you to a higher standard than anyone else. They would also be very harsh in giving you honest feedback. So they'd be like the best friend who's just very blunt with you, and would say things to you that most humans probably wouldn't, because they'd be like, ooh, that's overstepping. They wouldn't have a boundary like that. They would also be extremely judgmental of the people that you choose to spend time with, and would probably get you into fights because someone would say something that would insult them, and they would throw a punch, and you would be expected to back them up. So there's that. There's also, of course, the eternal tragedy that they're going to outlive you by a lot. Odds are, best case scenario as a human, you're going to make it to like 70, 80 years. Best case scenario for them, most dwarves are not really even considered to stop being beardlings until they're almost 100 years old. They're still kind of considered quite young when they're only measuring in decades. So, there is going to be that tragedy of that you're really only going to spend a fraction of their life with them, which is sad. Hopefully that answers your question. But yes, if plans have not changed, I think it'll be High Elf, Slaanesh, and somebody next. I'm pretty sure though that plans have changed, so I don't know how big that's gonna rearrange things. So we'll have to see. Felix Diomedes, holy shit, with the 20 gift subs on Twitch. Oh my god! Thank you, dude. Thank you. Okay, real quick, let's get through all this so we can actually get into the gameplay. So this is the unique part of the tree for Marcus Wolfhart. Thank you so much, Felix. Thank you. That is super sweet. Thank you so much. So you have the regular tech tree, just like all the other Empire factions.
Karl. These are nice drawings. They are by your children, yes? In reference to Karl handing him copies of the engineering notebook of Leonardo da Maliano.
Yeah. Yeah. So you got the Hunters Guild. Yeah. Which gives you your +2 recruit rank for all Imperial supplies. You get Colonial Fort, which gives you a pretty substantial casualty replenishment bonus and control. Seaborne Logistics, which makes you able to build ports faster and cheaper than any other Empire faction. And then Imperial Reinforcements, which gives you additional detachments. So basically, they just took so the Seaborne Logistics and Colonial Fort are really, really nice to have for Wolfhart, like kind of regardless of what he's doing. But then the Hunters Guild and Imperial Reinforcements are kind of the unique ones to his campaign. And then I don't believe his skill tree has really changed at all, because he had a really solid skill tree before. But you still got like Best of the Best, Impervious to Attack, Master Survivalist, Irregular Fire, and he's still, he's still very archer focused.
Sadly, I believe the Grombrindle book may have been lost in the flood. Since my last appearance, I lost a house to flooding completely.
Oh my good god!
Moved to a different country and am just settling in next year.
First of all, thank you for the insane amount of bits. That is a fuck ton of bits. I've never seen that many bits. Holy shit! Thank you very much. I believe the Grombrindle book may have been lost in the flood. Since my last appearance, I lost a house to flooding, moved to a different country, and I'm just settling in. Added that death to the family, a lot of drama, but I survived and stronger than ever. Oh my god, dude. Well, thank you for the generosity. I hope you're prioritizing and taking care of yourself first and foremost. But I'm sorry to hear that you had so many kind of struggles that you had to deal with. Yeah, my heart goes out to you, dude. And don't worry about it. Like, I got a copy of the Grombrindle book. It's not a hardback, but it's a copy. Very good book. I enjoyed it a lot. Yeah. Thank you for that very much. And I'm glad to hear you're still kicking, my dude. Oh my god, y'all are like submitting stuff everywhere, so I have to get caught up on everything now. Hold on. That's Certified Gaming Account. Thank you for the 3 months. Robert Rouser Orc, Lord Ashley, beautiful person, hello. I still have my oath to eat my beard. The next DLC is not Slaanesh / High Elves. Well, for your sake, I hope they have not changed their plans, because I heard a rumor somewhere that there might be alterations to the plans as far as like shuffling around of some DLCs, because they might be changing like sizes and some like minor things here and there, which may result in like Slaanesh not being the next one. But yeah, I don't know. All right, so here you can see Volkmar only has 2 unique techs. So you get Fanatic's Decree, which is just you take your flagellants and you make them just the stupidest shit in the universe. So you get your minus 50% upkeep for flagellants, 10% speed, and 15% missile resistance, and then Divine Mandate, very nice. Increases the effect range for Grand Hammer of Sigmar and Grand Shield of Faith prayers. So these are for your Arc Lectors, and Volkmar have a 25% larger range, which is super duper cool. What's interesting is that he does not have access to the Elector Count things, which is quite fascinating to me, but I believe that's because he's... if I remember right, he's able to do something weird. It's been so long since I've played Volkmar. But, oh, is it here? Okay, it's in his books. Alright, so it's in his books. So there you go. So it's in his books. But yeah, so you just get bigger, your prayers get a larger area of effect, and your flagellants get even more fucking ridiculous. So yeah, there you go. So with that, we'll go ahead and hop into a Franz campaign. and go from there, dude. MMO Addicted is great to see you, dude. Hope you're doing well. All right. Oh my gosh. Let's see here.
Sir Hutchins cheered. X100. When / if they eventually get to them, what do you want to see for Norsca and Ogre Kingdoms reworks / DLC? Regarding lords, mechanics, so on.
Okay, so the best way to answer this is... I think I recently, not that long ago, I think I made a proposal video on, Norsca, but if not, I need to check if I did do that, and if I didn't, I need to do it. But the TLDR would very much be that for Norsca, the big thing for Norsca for me is just more lords that kind of section the faction into like notable camps that revolve around like those buffs. I'd like to see like Throg have more of a mechanic of like dominating monsters and bringing different forms of trolls to his side, so he's able to get access to like all the troll units in the game through like his little gimmick mechanic where he has to like learn to dominate other beasts, and maybe he can even get access to like monsters that normally aren't part of his roster. So like he could get access to like dragon ogres and like dragon ogre shaggots and chaos dragons and other like random beasties and things like the mutilated vortex beast, like creatures that are chaosy that he could potentially dominate along with just trolls and like river troll hags. Then you know, having like Wolfhart the Wanderer have a mechanic all around his longship, and like he should get, I would like him to have a mechanic similar to a Lithanar, where Mr. Varn, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Appreciate it. Also, Throg, for the love of God, can we just take Throg's voice actor and get him to come back in and re-record all his lines and give him good lines? I fucking hate his lines right now. Like, fix Throg. Hashtag fix Throg. So anyway, so I would have Wolfhart the Wanderer be about his longship, so give him the ability like Oxyodal, where he could teleport around the map, but I would have it where he could only teleport to ports. That way his ship makes a bit more sense. So he can only teleport to settlements that have ports, and he gets like quests from the Dark Gods to go kill certain lords or legendary lords, and he gets various bonuses for doing that, and rework his mechanics a bit so he revolves around just buffing all of the different like marauder infantry and cavalry units. Then you bring in Bjorg Bearstruck, and you have a character who functions more as like a more neutralish mercenary character. So maybe he could have like a version of the Ogre Kingdoms mercenary contracts where he's able to get money for like helping out the other factions in the world, and maybe he's able to have like uniquely pseudo-friendly diplomacy with Order factions, despite the fact that he's a Norscan faction, and he has a big focus on like werebears and skinwolves and stuff, like the transforming units. And like, so you have Bjorg Bearstruck. Then you get Sile the Faithless, and Sile the Faithless should be like a backstabbing bastard sorcerer character who has like maybe unique interactions for manipulating other Norscan tribes. So he's able to manipulate and gather together all the different tribes, and kind of like, and maybe he's able to betray treaties and diplomacy without it hurting him, because he's a backstabbing bastard, but he's never able to get to very high diplomacy. He only caps out at like high, for instance, because nobody really trusts him that much, but he can like backstab people without a penalty, or maybe if he backstabs people he gets a buff, something like that. Like maybe his magic gets more powerful every time he backstabs people. But you have him, and he's really focused on war mammoths and chaos spawn and stuff like that. And then last but certainly not least, you get Muna Mim, the Famir matriarch character, who's all about your Famir and buffing the shit out of all your Famir and your Chaos Frost Dragon, or you know, the creatures that are kind of that part of the roster. Your Famir, your Cursed Ettins, your other kind of like weird monsters that come out of the mists and the fog and stuff. And she's all about like spreading the swamps and like trying. Her mechanic is more about like trying to change the old world into allowing the Famir race to rise once more. So she has like fun mechanics that maybe revolve around like she can turn territory she takes into other forms of terrain, because that's kind of the storyline they wrote for her. Cubicle 7 did, is that her whole thing is that she's trying to turn like all of the empire in the old world into a cold mire. So maybe she can like, she's trying to terraform parts of the old world. That could be like a really interesting mechanic. But anyway, so there's just a broad concept. For Ogre Kingdoms, Goldfag Maneater, I really, really want soon. Like, he's probably the one I want next, is Goldfag Maneater. And with him should come a heavy rework of the mercenary contract system to make it much more, make it just better. More interesting rewards. Like, the rewards should give you, like, diplomacy buffs, items, money, or, like, unique ancillaries, depending on who the faction is. Like, it should give you, the faction that is rewarding you should give you unique gifts, right? So it should give you kind of like unique rewards based on who the contract is from, not just basic bitch generic rewards. So like, it'd be cool if like, if you're like doing stuff for the Empire, maybe you're able to get access to items that are normally exclusive to the Empire. Or like, you just get like unique items, like how Cathay and the Chaos Dwarfs get unique items. What if the Ogre Kingdoms get unique items, but through their mercenary contract system? Now granted, I think Goldfag Maneater should just be better at it. Goldfag Maneater should get just more unique items, or maybe he's the only one that gets purple tier items, whereas the rest of the ogres only get like blue items and below, but from other rosters. I think that could be a really, really fun thing. But like, Goldfag Maneater should be all about adding more Maneaters and Noblar units to the roster. And he's like really focused on the mercenary system. And he should also be like a pseudo horde. I also think they need to change ogre camps, so ogre camps have the ability to move. I'm fine if they want to make it where the ogre camps cannot always move. Like, give them the ability to move once every 5 turns, right? Like, I think that would be perfectly reasonable. So like every 5, they have a move ability that has a 5-turn cooldown. Fine. And then as you go through their tech tree, maybe as you like go through certain parts of the tech tree, you can reduce how long that cooldown is, until maybe if you get it to max level, the ogre camps can move freely. I think that would be really fun. They also need to make it where if you're gonna leave ogre camps where you have to recruit for them, they need to add the ability to join heroes to them. Like, I think you should be able to move a lord into a camp, one of those mobile camps, and exchange units, right? So you should be able to exchange units, but you should also be able to put heroes into your camps. So if you want to have an ogre hunter in your camp, or a fire belly, or a butcher, and those heroes should be given unique skills that they are able to use when they're part of camps. So just add a skill to each of their skill trees that if they unlock it and they join a camp, they provide some kind of unique buff. So like maybe they improve the growth of the camp, or they reduce the construction cost, or they reduce how long it takes to recruit new units, or stuff like that. I think that would be great. And then I would also, add all the units we're missing. The big things I want for ogres is I want a DLC focused around Goldfag Maneater, and then I want a DLC focused around Gark Ironskin. Gark Ironskin being the big, like, pro Chaos Dwarf ogre who rides a giant mechanical Rhinox. So, like, imagine a demon, imagine a Juggernaut of Khorne, but make it the size of a Rhinox, and it's made by the Chaos Dwarfs. And that's what he rides. And he's the only ogre character who rides on a mount in Warhammer that we're aware of. So, like a Lord level character. And so with him, with Goldfag, you get Noblars and Maneaters and like specialist units. And then with Gark Ironskin, you get your monstrous units. So your Yetis, Thunder Tusks, and anything else that we're kind of missing in that category. And then you get Bragg the Gutsman as a hero in one of those. So you get Bragg the Gutsman, the Executioner guy, as a hero. And then if they give us a second hero for the ogres, maybe give us like a hunter legendary hero, like Jarek the Red, or just like some kind of cool hunter guy. Like Jared the Red, like probably been dead for thousands of years by this point, but fuck it, bring him back. Who cares? Other random. So yeah, that's that. I gotta move on. Pray we get updates to High Elves and Sludge. They both seriously need it. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of factions that could still use updates, but yeah. Been gone for a while. Queek must be out by now, right? Yeah, sure, in your heart. I did just pay someone quite a bit of money because we got like a really cool thing for the Queek video finished. So there is that, which is really, really nice. So keep an eye out for more news on that soon. because I just had to pay someone $120 for the work they did on it. It looks really, really nice. So, you know, things are happening. Because I keep adding to it. Okay, where was I? Mr. Leltenka, 1 year with Lore Master, thanks for the content. Thank you for the year of support, my dude. Hope your idea of the Vampire Bloodlines DLC will come true. Me too! I have noticed other content creators talking about it, like, very frankly. Like, being like, oh man, I can't wait for, like, the Vampire Bloodlines thing. So that leaves me hope that I have infected enough people that they're, like, expecting it and demanding it, because that makes it, honestly, more likely CA is gonna do it. It's just that people are like, do it. All right, and then, Dank Matter, thank you very much for the and Chirps, thank you for the super chat, and thank you in particular, thank you so much. Subhections, you as well. Solomonsky, thank you. Dank Matter, I dare not ask your opinion on the ongoing 40k controversy. That said, do you have any thoughts about how it might affect the fantasy side of things? If it's too spicy subject, no worries. Dank Matter, I waxed lyrical on that yesterday's stream. So if you want to hear me bitch and moan about a lot of stuff and argue with chat, you can go check that out. But I don't think it's going to affect the fantasy side of things, because fantasy just doesn't have the problems that 40k has as a setting. Because fantasy has been going through, to put it very simply, because fantasy has gone through so much stuff, right? So, like, fantasy blew up, and it came back, and it's got Age of Sigmar, and there's all this other, like, crazy shit going on. I genuinely don't think there's anything you could really, like, pick up and throw into fantasy that would make the fantasy community react like the elements of the 40k community are reacting. Like, it just couldn't happen. Because, like, what would they possibly do, right? Like, so that's the thing. I will see that fantasy, I think, is suffering because of internal bullshit at Games Workshop, but that is because there are people at GW who are trying to make a line between what is fantasy and what is AOS. And that shouldn't be a thing. That should just not be a thing at all. It should be, if it makes sense in fantasy, then it gets to be in fantasy. If it makes sense in AOS, it gets to be on AOS. And if there's lots of crossover, fine, great, cool. Like, as long as that should be their approach. Instead, you have people deliberately trying to separate the two universes as much as possible, which is impossible, mind you. But it's really just hurting the medium. And it's very anti-consumer, and I hate it, and I think it's super fucking stupid, and that's all I have to say about that for right now. And then Ryan Woodall, hey SoTechno, what legendary lures do you think deserve a Karl Franz update and gimmicks? So at the end, thank you very much, Ryan, by the way, for the super chat. So I did ask on my most recent stream that if y'all could pick a legendary lord to have an update like Karl Franz and Balthazar Gelt just got, right? So, like, taking a character who, like, they have mechanics and they have gimmicks and stuff, but ultimately they're just kind of like a member of their race. They don't have a specific mechanic to them. And then giving them the update that we just saw for Gelt and Franz, who would you pick? I think for me personally, just because he's on my head too often, because of, like, sufferings that I'm going through, I would go with Quick Headtaker and Lord Skrulk. A, because I think it would be very easy to do, and B, because they languish particularly harshly. I'd probably also include Tretch Craventail in there. Because, like, with Lord Skrulk, all you have to do with Lord Skrulk is give him the disease mechanic. Like, you edit it a little bit, right? You make it where it's, like, instead of Nurgle in the background, it's, like, the Great Horned Rat or whatever. Or it's, like, Skrulk reading from the Liber Bubonicus. Granted, there's a part of me that thinks that'll have to be done in a DLC as opposed to like, a free LC thing. But then again, like, the Empire is part of a DLC, which is why they were able to get so much attention. But, yeah, so, I would probably go with Skaven. I think they need it more badly. And it would be relatively easy to do. That being said, I could see the argument for, like, almost everybody. I think the Empire feels fucking amazing now. What's interesting is, though, is that, like, if you take the dwarfs, for instance, the dwarfs don't technically have that, but they also...
The real answer is Kremlo.
Fuck Kremlo. Kremlo can eat my ass in a bad way. But what's interesting to me is that, like, the dwarfs, like, I don't mind that the dwarfs don't have, like, unique, like, super unique mechanics for every character. Like, they have unique grudges for every character, and Thorgrim, like, technically, like, Thorgrim is different than any of the others, because Thorgrim has, like, a major focus on grudge settler units. Ungrim feels very different because he has a major focus on Slayer units. So, like, I do think that there is an argument to be had in that not every character needs to necessarily have a unique mechanic if they have a strong enough presence with the mechanics that exist and are able to really lean into them. Like, I personally feel that there is enough strength.
Always love supporting when you're actively streaming.
Oh, thank you so much. I feel personally that there is enough strength to, like, Thorgrim and Ungrim that I personally do not feel like they need specialized mechanics. I feel like they've got enough going for them that they feel really good. They feel really fun. They're doing interesting things where, like, Thorgrim has all these unique buffs and gimmicks that synergize with the new grudge settler units, and Ungrim is eating with this new DLC. Like, we haven't been able to show y'all yet, obviously, but, like, once I can show y'all the new DLC stuff tomorrow, y'all have no fucking idea how bonkers Ungrim is now with the new DLC. Like, he may not technically be the DLC character, but he might as well be the DLC character because it is that fucking ridiculous. Like, sure, Malachi is amazing, and I can't wait for y'all to see him. But, like, the fucking Slayer King sitting there like, I can now build a fully fledged faction using nothing but Slayers. And I get my son. Like, it is hilarious. How just grotesquely OP he is now, which is good. Like, he should be. And, you know, it's like Belagar's got Carrick 8 Peaks, which is fine. That feels great and awesome. But it's like Belagar, Malachi, and Grombrindal all have legitimate, like, full-fledged mechanics that separate them from one another. Whereas, technically, Thorgrim and Ungrim don't, but I don't think they need it. So that's kind of why I have the interesting thing of, like, there are characters that I don't think necessarily need specialized mechanics, as long as they're really, 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 really good at something that helps separate them from their others. So, yes, I'm going to get off that soapbox now and step onto a different one. Hyped for the new Malachi campaign. So am I, Lone Sparrow. Y'all are in for a treat. Thank you for the 2 months. I think Malachi is the best mechanics out of the three, and y'all don't even know what they are yet. I'm excited for y'all to see everything. Old Man Zola, do you think Scarsnake should get some kind of update considering he's going to just get curb stomped by the dwarfs? The only thing I would change a couple of small things about Scarsnake. The big things that I would change are that I would make it where, obviously, Scarsnake needs more squig units. Like, we need the Squig Gaba, we need the Colossal Squig. I think getting a Night Goblin Big Boss hero would be great. Most importantly...
X100. Maybe a short update to Thorgrim and Ungrim in the future, giving them something to make them stand out a bit better.
I don't think they would need anything for, like, a good couple of years. Like, they're gonna be fine, really.
How would Gotrek and Ungrim be in one army?
How would Gotrek and Ungrim be in one army? There's a book about that. It's called Gotrek and Felix, The Road of Skulls, and that's literally what it's about. It's about Gotrek, Felix, Ungrim Iron Fist and Garagrim Iron Fist is like the main thing of the book, and it's a very, very good book. It's super fun, and it fleshes out some fun history of Gotrek Gurnison and his relationship with the Slayer King, which there is an interesting relationship there. It's interesting. So I'll just leave it at that. Also, okay, let me get caught up on all these, and then I'm going to actually, like, talk about what's new about Karl Franz, and then we'll actually, like, get into playing. Okay. Okay, I answered that. Goldblum, thank you very much for the 2 months. Hammond with Kremlo, eat shit and die. My heroes, PB&J. Always love supporting when you're actively streaming. Can't wait for more Lord Brings. Yeah, me too. We should be back on Wednesday evening at the latest. So stay tuned to that. And we should be back on our regular schedule this week. Worst Professor NA, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I'm sure you're not the worst. The other thing for Skarsnik, so here's what you gotta do for Skarsnik, right? Skarsnik obviously needs, would I mind showing my graphic settings briefly? Sure, I'll just, I won't even make it that brief. I'll just leave it up for a minute.
Zenman donated $5. Would you mind showing your graphic settings briefly?
Yeah, I'll just leave it up while I'm talking. So here's what you do for Skarsnik, right? So Skarsnik obviously needs to benefit from a DLC where we get the Colossal Squig and the Squig Gaba at minimum. But I would also like to, I've already gotten the script up for it, I just need to record it. I have a video where I'm not just saying there should be a Vampiric Bloodlines DLC, which is like the Champions of Chaos, but I'm also saying there should be the Big Wah DLC, which is like the Champions of Chaos DLC, but for greenskins. So I hope y'all will look forward to those videos coming out once all this shit kind of calms down from what we're doing right now. So, so for Skarsnik, he needs the Squig Gaba and he needs the Colossal Squig. But most importantly, Skarsnik needs a unique landmark building in Mount Gunbad that gives him like super big, awesome, sexy buffs to Squigs and Night Goblins. And then he needs his starting hero should not be a Goblin Big Boss. His starting hero should be his personal Night Goblin Shaman, whose name I cannot remember because I'm an idiot all of a sudden. But it should be his personal Goblin Shaman who has a unique trait that makes him really powerful. So, like, he should be a better wizard than most Night Goblin Shamans. And he should also get he should have a unique, part of his unique trait is he should have the ability to summon an Idol of Gork. Or an Idol of Morka, I guess, in this case. Because he does that in the end times. Like, he summons an idol and is running around on it. So they should add him to the game and make that his personal little hero that he starts with at the start of the game. Where it's like it's just a regular Night Goblin Shaman, but his whole gimmick is that like his trait gives him benefits to like makes him a stronger caster than he normally is. So maybe like he has spell mastery, so he's got more, his spells are more effective, or his spells are cheaper or something. And then he gets a one-time per battle ability where he can summon an Idol of Gork for like a minute or 2 minutes or whatever, or 90 seconds. Cool, awesome, great. Do that, and that'll fix Skarsnik in a jiffy, along with the landmark building. Duff Skull, thank you. Duff Skull is what I was thinking. Yes, it's Duff Skull. Oh my good fucking god. Let me. I'm so far behind on these. I'm hyped for the new Malachi campaign. So am I. Thank you for the 42 months. Do I have any idea on what happened to the repeater Ironsides? No need to talk about it if you're tired of the subject or how the game seems backing on track. Also, my legendary lord rework would be Malekith. Oh yeah, Malekith could definitely use some new spice. So Harry Ellis, thank you for the super chat. Literally the TLDR is that Creative Assembly made the known Ironsides with repeater guns because they thought they'd look really cool, and they go like they shoot like a bunch of bullets at once. And they were like, wow, that's super cool. And then they very suddenly, like, I'm talking about like drop of a hat level suddenly, came out and were like, oh hey, we gotta change it. Like we have to give them their guns from the actual models in the book. So was not directly stated but is heavily implied is that Games Workshop looked at the DLC, saw the repeater rifles, and were like, no, that is not what known Ironsides are. Known Ironsides are handgunners. They do not have repeater rifles. You have to fix it. And so CA had to fix it. it was definitely not what CA wanted to do, because that was a bizarre amount of work for them to do very, very late. Like, usually, like, a small amount of insider thing, unless something is a fucking emergency, normally when you're about 4 weeks, 5 weeks away from release, they've basically already entered devlog, which means that all of, like, they're not changing anything graphically about the game. Like, the only thing they're doing is patching bugs and, like, making little tweaks to, like, very small piece of information. But anything more major than, like, bug fixes and little tweaks is gonna have to wait until, like, 5.1. So for them, like, 4 or 5 weeks before, to turn around and be like, oh shit, we have to change the guns to handguns, is alarming. Like, they don't do that. So it was almost assuredly Games Workshop. But, you know, it's whatever. Let's see. Short update to Thorgrim Nugger in the future. You're going in the book for that, Seb Hopkins. But, yeah, sure. I mean, I think they're fine, but yeah. My Little Pony, the super chat been out the past few days. Can you give us a base recap, changes to Geld Dwarves, etc.? Yes. Go watch the very short videos I made. They're both like, they're like 10 to 15 minutes long. Go watch those. And you'll get all the info you need. I'm not gonna do it right now.
Is based around repeaters, and will they need a buff in numbers to help them find a niche now they have handguns?
I'll get to that in a second. Crimson FC, do you think the Empire gets another tweak to maybe Wolfhart and add a legendary lord like Toddbringer or someone else in the future? Crimson, I'm gonna be honest. Call me crazy. Call me crazy. My current prediction is that the Empire is going to get 3 more legendary lords before the end of Total War Warhammer 3. They're going to get a Mindenheim DLC, Midland, I guess, which is going to give you Boris Toddbringer for free. You're going to get R. Ulrich as a full-on legendary lord. And then somehow, some way, either as a free LC lord or as part of a DLC, you're going to get Kurt Helborg, the Reichsmarshal. That is my current prediction. If you think that's batshit insane, cool. But that's my current prediction as far as, like, Empire characters. However, I feel like the Empire would struggle to get 2 DLCs, so I'm kind of thinking it's going to be 1 DLC and you get Toddy and Kurt Helborg for free. And then, of course, you get Ludwig Schwarzhelm in there amongst the mixed. As a hero, as a free LC hero. Or a DLC hero, one of the two. Then, that guy you know, what's your spiciest Warhammer hot take? 40k? Like, all Warhammer, or just fantasy? Because, spiciest would probably just be 40k, because I think my 40k takes are probably a little deranged. But, Mr. Voron, on Ironsides, do you think the unit count is 60 ultras based around the repeaters, and will they need a buff? I don't know yet, because I haven't really, like, seen what the changes are going to be to, like, make the new things work. So, it's going to depend on what the changes do, right? Where if they still have that absolutely mind-blowing rate of fire with handguns that they had with the repeater guns, then no, they don't need to change. If they're gonna change it where, like, they're actual handguns and they're like, pow, pow, reload, pow, pow, reload, then, like, I really don't think they want to change the number of models in the unit. I think their goal is to take the unit as is and to make it work. So what is that gonna look like? I don't know yet. We're gonna have to wait and see. But, we will find out probably tomorrow. So, you know, look forward to that.
Biofoot 45 X100.
All right.
The Empire of Man in 40k are just space Garvin. In this essay, I
yeah. What chat was that from? That was from YouTube. That one guy you know. I'll just vaguely keep an eye out for you. And then Cobalt, thank you very much for the super chat, my dude. I really appreciate it. I literally could not believe my eyes when I first saw Malachi in the Thrones of Decay trailer. I'm unbelievably happy for this campaign. Oh, dude, just wait till I'll see what his campaign actually is. You are in for it. Y'all are in for it. All right. Karl Franz. Jesus Christ, I can actually fucking talk now. Thank you so much for all the support, guys. Thank you so much. So, what has changed about Karl Franz? Well, let me run you very quickly through it. So you've got Imperial Authority, which has changed dramatically from what it used to be in y'all's build to what it is in 5.0. So now it is quite literally just Alariel's system from the High Elves, where the amount of the Empire, which you can see if you play as Karl Franz or any of the Empire characters that start in the Empire, you get line of sight initially over the entire Empire. Obviously, I can't see what's really going on there, but I can kind of see what's going on in the entire Empire. So you can just kind of see it, which is really nice. But the more of it that is the percentage of the Empire that is owned by Empire factions determines what this is. So currently, 66% of the Empire is owned by Empire factions. So I am in stagnant, which means I'm getting growth and control. If it goes down to really, really low, you take penalties to income, control, growth, and your electric count units take just don't replenish. Like, they will not replenish. If you go all the way up to the top, your electric count units replenish much quicker, and you get bonuses to growth, control, and income. So that's cool. Another thing with Karl Franz is you still have the electric count system, but uniquely, Karl Franz is the only character in the game right now who has access to the electric count system. Nobody else does. So you still have all of your like cool gimmicks where you still have the electric counts and you get, you know, what all the stuff. He does have a new mechanic, which is called Summon the Electric Counts. This ability is this is a late game ability, because the way Summon the Electric Counts works is that you have to own all of the Empire. So you have to control all 13 electric count seats. They can't just be Empire held. You personally have to own them. If you own all 13 seats and you have the requisite amount of prestige, you can use Summon the Electric Counts. And what Summon the Electric Counts does is it will teleport all 13 of your, well, 12 of your selected electric counts immediately to Karl Franz's location. So it's basically like a Call the Rohirrim situation, where it's like Karl Franz calls for aid, and like all the electric counts immediately teleport. But that system is completely unique to Karl Franz. The the Imperial Authority, this is just a generic Empire feature. So Imperial Authority is available to Gelt, Elspeth, Marcus Wolfhart, Volkmar, and Karl Franz. However, this ability right here, or mechanic, only triggers if you have at least one region inside the Empire, which you can tell what's an Empire settlement because it's marked with this Empire region button. So it's got this little like skull and cross icon for the Empire that tells you that, hey, this belongs to the Empire. So like Balthazar Gelt, Volkmar, and Wolfhart do not start with Imperial Authority. They don't have access to this mechanic at the start of their campaigns because they have no regions in the Empire. But if you go home to the Empire, or you confederate someone in the Empire, or take over a space in the Empire, then you immediately gain access to this mechanic. If you want to see an example of that, go watch my Balthazar Gelt video and skip to the end. Then you have the Electoral Machinations system. So this system is kick-ass. Well, okay, let's start with the slightly less kick-ass one, but still really nice. So you have Diplomatic Talks. So Diplomatic Talks, you'll remember this from the version of Karl Franz y'all have, where you're able to talk to the other electric counts and either improve or decrease relations between them, so you can kind of manipulate them a bit using prestige. But what's nice is, unlike y'all's build, this is actually much more useful in this build, because you have to do normal diplomacy with all these factions. You can get trade agreements, military access, defensive alliance, and military alliances, which y'all can't do before 5.0. Like, I think you can't do defensive or military alliances, but now you can. So you're able to like make proper alliances and do all that cool stuff.
47 cheered. X100. Do you think the two Wood Elf settlements should count as Empire regions?
Yes. Yes, because fuck them elves. Yes. You know, the idea behind it is that if you want to allow the elves to stay, that's fine. You just won't get to maximum Imperial Authority. You don't need maximum Imperial authority. Like, I don't think it's part of your victory conditions. No. So, did the Axe of Grimnir get buffed? I have no idea. I'd have to go look at my Thorgrim campaign. You can go check my Thorgrim campaign if you want to. Regaldo, thank you so much for 33 months. And thank you for all the amazing art you've been putting out, Regaldo. If y'all haven't, go find Regaldo88 on Twitter. If you go to my Twitter account, you'll see I've been retweeting his art. He does fucking amazing art. He also does fan art for Lorebeards, and it's hysterical. Like, it's really, really good every time.
Hopefully, Karl Franz will live long enough so I can actually fight him as Archaon instead of Festus.
Karl Franz does tend to do pretty good. But anyway, so you may go, okay, well, that whole diplomatic talks thing is cool. Like, all right, I can manipulate the other Empire factions, and it does actually help now, which is really cool. But there's an even better side to it, which is that you could do the Conclave of Light. So if you get the Conclave of Light technology, your diplomatic talks mechanic can now influence Empire, High Elves, Kislev, Bretonnia, Dwarf, and Cathay factions. So you can manipulate them to either be... Oh, that's a different Regaldo. I've done this before. God damn it. I do that all the time. It doesn't matter. Anyway, but you should check out that artist over on my YouTube channel. I always get them mixed up. But anyway, so your mechanic goes from being just influencing the Empire to influencing almost all of the Order factions. So you can make the High Elves and the Dwarves friendlier towards one another. Or you can make the Kislevites and the Dwarves friendlier towards one another. Or friendlier towards you. Or you can make them more mean. So that's really cool. Then you have Karl Franz's sexiest new mechanic, which is the Emperor's Decrees. So this is unique to Karl Franz. He has 9 Emperor's Decrees. So you have Call to Arms, which is that you can select a province, and everyone in that province gets 25% reduced recruitment cost and +1 local capacity. That one's super sexy. Commendation allows you to pick any one of your lords and immediately give them 2,500 experience for free. Well, I mean, for 500 prestige, but very nice. Open the Gates gives you an immediate +1 to your population surplus, which is great. Inquisition makes it where you can choose any province in the Empire that's at least partially owned by an Empire faction, and immediately reduce all forms of corruption by 50. So it's a really good way to slow down Dr. Festus or slow down Vlad von Carstein. Conscription, which allows you to instantly complete 1 turn's worth of recruitment, just like your Yuan Bo. Send Aid. This one's very, very good. It allows you to spawn an army at any settlement owned by an Empire faction. And that, so it spawns an army that degrades, but spawns an army that will help defend. And it also gives that faction +2 fealty. Now, the good thing about fealty now is the way Unify works. You will no longer get a dilemma once you hit 10 fealty. Now you just get to use your prestige. So when you hit 10 fealty with a faction, it just stays there until you use the Unify thing. It will not give you a dilemma and be like, confederate now or wait 10 turns. Nope, that's not a thing. Now you simply go, okay, you know what? I'm ready to confederate this faction, so I'm going to immediately confederate these guys. So Karl Franz has a literal confederation button for the Elector Count factions. If you want to confederate Volkmar, Marcus Wolfhart, or Gelt, you got to do it the old-fashioned way. But for the Elector Count factions, you could just click and take. Then you have I can't pronounce this, but you have Casus Belli. This allows you to declare war on another Empire faction without it, like, just tanking your fealty with all of the other Empire factions. Because if you get to 0 fealty, 0 fealty means they're going to secede and declare war on you, which can get bad very quickly. But if you use this allows you to be Karl Franz the Tyrant, where you're like, those guys are heretics, fuck them, and you can run in and kick the shit out of them, and the other guys go, all right, they deserved it. And then, yeah, so that's all that. So a lot of really, really cool things. Some other big notes about Karl Franz. He does start with a unit of Karabag Greatswords right at the start, which is really sexy. You also get, I also forgot one of the things. There's also Requisition, which immediately refreshes all of your Elector Count State Troop units. And the reason that's really good is that Karl Franz has a couple of really other cool gimmicks. One of the things you'll notice, he has additional campaign movement. He gets additional growth for every ally he has, so the more allies you have, the faster all of your cities grow, because you're the world's greatest statesman. But look at that. immune to diplomatic penalties from trespassing in the Empire. So Karl Franz, as a faction, has permanent military access to the entire Empire, which is so good. Is so good, because that allows you to actually go help in other parts of the Empire or summon armies using your electoral machinations and actually, you know, help everybody out, which is really, really good. Because, you know, you're the Emperor. Your job is to protect the Empire. Also, you know, you're like, this is my house. Also, Karl Franz, as far as him personally, he has really big gimmicks for electric count units. He makes your electric count units insanely good. So you have, Karl Franz replenishes in neutral territory. Very, very nice. He gets minus 20% upkeep for electric count units. And also, for every rank an electric count unit gets, they get plus 5% weapon strength and missile damage. Plus, Karl Franz's personal tree gets things like Imperial Special Forces, which will buff your Karabog Greatswords even further. You get the Emperor's Men, which gives you Vigor Loss Reduction, Armor, Leadership, and Missile Strength for all electric count units.
Because Karl Franz floats like a butterfly.
And then, of course, you know, you got your Red Tree abilities as well. So Karl Franz takes electric count units, and he makes them busted, which is good. He's the fucking Emperor, after all. Does the military access count in Sylvania? They're Empire regions, so perhaps. All right, now let's actually play the fucking game. It's pronounced Cassius Clay. Oh, because, okay. Very clever, Hammond. Oh, yeah, thank you for the 22 months. Cole Patterson, any lore for the new minor vampire count faction? I think, well, they're called the Court of Night, which is quite, like, all right. Like, oh, we got a free wizard. Nice. So, you have the Court of Night, and it's literally just bats with a moon, and they're led by a vampire named Siegfried. Cool. I would not say there's anything really big about them off the onset. Honestly, I'm kind of, I felt like this would have been a cool opportunity, I think, to have like a Blood Dragon Lord to kind of represent like the Blood Dragons of Bloodkeep, like hovering around here being a pain in the ass. But I can understand why they maybe didn't want to do that right now. Because people would be like, oh my god. But yeah. All right, so let's recruit more goodies. I need more. We'll just keep doing 1 and 1. And look, I've already unlocked one of my things. So I'm going to do... I think I'm going to do Call to... No, I'll do Call to Arms after I take Uber's Rake. I'm going to do Commendation on Karl Franz. Boom! He instantly just gained another level. Very cool, Mr. Franz. Let's go ahead and grab Inspiring Presence. And cool beans. Oh yeah, I got a free gold wizard. Conjurer of Shamrock. We got the gold wizard. Look at him showing up just for my showcase today. One absolute gentleman, this man. Just so. Yeah, Karl Franz literally just did the equivalent of that, like, Obama meme, where it's like Obama giving himself the medal. Karl Franz just did that and gave himself experience so he could ride on a horse. Good job, me. I'm still holding out someday the Red Duke will be a cavalry-focused vampire lord. I feel very confident you will get a playable Red Duke at some point. Just like I feel confident you'll get a playable, whoever that other dude is. One sec. Could you make a stream I'm doing right now? Okay. I am Prince and Emperor. So, now that things have calmed down just a smidge, how are y'all? How's everyone doing? Boris, yeah, Toddy. Boris Toddbringer. Abarash, no. Well, okay. I think if you're going to get Abarash, which I feel like is a pretty big if, but if you got Abarash, I feel very strongly that he would probably be a campaign exclusive gimmick. Like, if you're playing as, like, the Blood Dragon campaign or whatever, you get the ability to unlock Abarash at the end of your campaign. Like, it's like a very late campaign reward. I would not have him as, like, a regular guy, because then he wouldn't be Abarash. Abarash, like, the whole point to Abarash is he's more like a god tier uber warrior monk that hangs out on a mountain somewhere and hasn't done anything for hundreds and hundreds of years. Like, the last time Abarash, if I recall correctly, the last time Abarash was actually active was when he turned the Red Duke, and that was centuries ago. He has not done jack shit since then. So I would have him be something that, if I personally just wouldn't probably have him, if I would probably have, like, he gets mentioned, or like you have an event that spawns where, like, you kind of meet him. But as ridiculous, like, the thing about Abarash is kind of one of those characters who's almost like, who's a good comparison? He's kind of like, he's kind of like having, like, Krakenrock the Black as a playable character, where there are just some characters who are so legendary and so kind of haha ridiculous, that, like, you could put him in, but I just don't think it's necessary. Because here's the thing, like, instead of Abarash, right, who's not really ever been playable, you could make the Red Duke playable, and you could also have Wallach Harkin. And those two are much more, like, approachable characters who are still ludicrously powerful. Like, Wallach Harkin is insane. Well, okay, he's also, like, completely batshit crazy, but he's also insanely powerful. I don't think you need Abarash. Especially because Abarash doesn't really relate to modern Blood Dragons very much. Blood Dragons, as you understand them in the modern era, are more of a creation of Wallach, less of Abarash. Because Abarash just hasn't been around for a long time. I don't know. I just don't think you need to use them. I think it's better to focus on characters who are actually, like, part of the story and part of the narrative, who are similar to him, but just have, like, more lore to work with and more going on. But that's just my opinion. Are there new units in the Empire rework? In the rework, the only actual new unit is the Gold Wizard. So you got the Gold Wizard hero. But there are new DLC units, but we can't show them off until... We cannot show them off until starting tomorrow. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I understand that, like, you could put Abarash in the game. Like, there is no genuine argument that I can make that would be like, we should not put in Abarash because X. I'm just saying, I wouldn't do it. I think Abarash is just too far removed from everything that's going on in the Warhammer world. And, like, he's as long as I've been playing Warhammer, he was never a playable character. I don't think he's ever been a playable character. And he's just kind of been, like, floating over there on the side. I'm also just not a huge fan of Abarash. Like, he's a cool character, but I think he's very overrated. And I would much rather have Wallach Harkin. Like, Wallach Harkin is so much more important to the setting than Abarash is.
X100. Do you think the Red Duke is going to get some love and be playable at some point?
Yes, I think the Red Duke will be playable at some point. Mainly because they already put him in the game, so, like, the only thing they need to do is get him a unique voice actor and then give him mechanics and they're done. Which is not all that much in the grand scheme of things. What is Abarash? Abarash is the founder of the Blood Dragons. So the vampiric bloodline, who's all about being, like, super crazy batch like knights that are running around killing monsters and people, and they have like a really fucked up form of chivalry, where like they think they're kind of chivalrous, but their warrior's code is really demented and not good.
The Empire endures. Will you marshal the men?
I'm literally marshaling them right now. What more do you want from me? So that's kind of the whole thing for me. Like, I feel like doing Abarash would just be kind of weird, because it's so much better to do Wallach, who has so much lore and is almost as powerful. Like, he's right, like, he is the second, like, he's literally Abarash's right-hand man. Except for he's actually in charge now, because Abarash fucked off to go get milk and no one has seen him in many centuries. So like when it comes to like who's your daddy, for most of the vampires, the answer is Abarash, or god damn it, the answer is Wallach, not Abarash. Like, if anything, I would almost kind of have, like, Abarash. I almost think it would be more fitting to have Abarash as, like, the final boss of Wallach's campaign, where Wallach has to, like, prove himself to his father in darkness. Like, he has to face off with Abarash and prove that he's, like, a worthy successor. And so you have this, like, ridiculous final battle where you fight Abarash, and if you win, you get Abarash added to your roster. And you also, that's like the major battle of the campaign. That is probably the way I would handle it. Where it's like, sure, you can get Abarash, and when you get him, he's gonna be obscene, but you're gonna have to work for it, and it's gonna be a very late campaign thing, and he's not a starting faction. He's a character you can earn, but you gotta earn him, and he's very late campaign. But I know there are people that are like, but I want to play as him from level 1. And it's like, okay. I don't agree with that. And if you don't like that I don't agree with that, well, too bad, because it's my opinion, and you have yours and I have mine. Like, I just would much rather have characters that actually do shit in the story, as opposed to characters who have not done jack shit in the vast majority of stories. What am I stuck on? Okay, just some random thing. Okay, I need to kill that dude. Let's do there. How nice of Gelt to send me one of his students like right away. Okay. Let's go run down a bunch of peeps. We got gold wizards? We got gold wizards, baby! Balthazar Gelt sent one of his boys over. How nice of him. You got this guy nice and early, too. Ain't he purty? Man, a lot of my handgunners are straight up not having a good time with that hill.
We are Sigmar's heirs! The Empire endures!
Okay, we need to shut down these flanks. Push them back! Okay, enemy general's dead, so I'm gonna go smash some spears. Shaman! Let's bring our Rexguard Knights over this way. Keep our mortars firing. Karl Franz is messing people up left and right.
Isn't Migash the similar to Abarash in that case?
No.
Nagash is essentially a god and people want him as a playable faction.
No, and here's why. There are two big differences, two massive differences between Abarash and Nagash, all right? The first major difference between Abarash and Nagash is that Nagash, if he is a playable character, and they're doing it correctly, which I know they will, Nagash is a character who will have just come back from being dead for a very long time. So he is going to start off his campaign very, very weak. So he's going to start off very weak, without much power, and he's going to be crawling his way back to being, you know, full power. And it's going to be something that you work over the entirety of the campaign to get up to what Nagash used to be. Whereas Abarash is a character who has been at his peak forever, for a very long time. And he's already, like, finished his story. He's already finished his journey. He is literally the equivalent now, like, you ever play Pokemon Gold and Silver, right? You ever play Pokemon Gold and Silver, and you beat the game, and you're like, wow, that was a really fun game. And then you find out there's one final challenge, and it's fucking Red from, or Ash, or whatever you want to call him, from the first Pokemon game. And you're like, holy shit, it's like me, but better from this other game. And you gotta go fight him. And it's this crazy, like, showdown against the, like, warrior monk version of you. That's what Abarash is. Abarash is the crazy badass warrior monk who is at the end of his journey. He has already done everything there is to do. He's already cured the curse of vampirism, and he's fucking off doing his own thing. Plus, another big difference is that Nagash, there is no one else like Nagash. Nagash is unique. Nagash is the great necromancer, the big bone daddy. He is the super powerful, crazy lich character who is very distinct in that, you know, he doesn't have any mounts. He's just this big dude that runs around and wants to conquer all of the undead. He has a very unique focus.
Null underscore Captain underscore Hammond cheered. X100. Abhorash versus Abel.
That's anybody's fucking guess. You can. I don't think there'd be an accurate way to predict that. You just pick a side. So you've got that, right? Whereas the thing with Abarash is that there are others like Abarash. Wallach Harkin is literally just playable Abarash. That's what he is. Wallach Harkin is, what if Abarash was still running around and doing things like if he was younger? So he hasn't completed his warrior's journey. He's still searching for the cure to vampirism. He's still trying to become the perfect killing machine. And he's still, like, kind of a bad guy. Like, he's got interesting problems. That is Wallach. And Wallach is actually leading armies of vampires. Wallach is actually out there fighting against the Empire and Bretonians, and he's doing all this crazy shit. And he founded Blood Keep. He founded what you know as Blood Knights in the Vampire Counts roster. Those are not direct descendants of Abarash, so to speak. They are more accurately direct descendants of Wallach. So Wallach is the origin of the vast majority of these, like, concepts and ideas, not Abarash. So if you want to have the big bad, the big ultimate blood dragon character, you should be going to Wallach Harkin, not Abarash. The third thing, now that I think about it, is that Abarash does not lead armies. That is, Abarash led armies twice in his life. He led armies in Lamia, and he led armies for a while in Stragos. And both times, it went really, 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 really bad. And he got, like, uber mega trauma from those events and refused to do it ever again. And he lived the rest of his life quite literally just being, like, a wandering hermit warrior who kind of fucked around the world, more often causing problems than doing anything particularly helpful. But, like, he was just off doing his own shit, having his own journeys, and just wandered around and did that for a while. Whereas Nagash is a character who quite literally wants to take over the world. Nagash is incredibly active. He would refuse to bow down to anyone and is just, you know, he's the big bad. He's like one of the ultimate threats in the Warhammer world. He's your answer to the likes of Archaon, but from the undead side of things. He is kind of that ultimate expression. So I don't see them being as similar at all in any way, shape, or form.
Another wretched foul lizard thing joins the Red Host.
And for the record, I do think there are very interesting differences between Wallach Harkin and the Red Duke. Wallach Harkin and the Red Duke are very different characters. In that the Red Duke is said to actually be a very, very accomplished wizard, which is very rare among blood dragons. Like, Aberash fucking sucks at magic. Like, that is why Aberash is not the most powerful of the vampires. Like, he would be if he wasn't so dog shit at casting spells. But unfortunately for him, he is dog shit. Dog shit at casting magic. He's so bad at it. Ooh, you're at war with the dwarfs? You know what? I might wait until that calms down. I like how the vampires are like, we should be friends. You're at war with the wood elves? Yeah, I don't want any of those potential enemies. So I'm just gonna focus my efforts internally, I think. I'll trade with Kislev.
Responsibility to vanquish evil. My people.
So it's like you have the whole thing of where Aberash is like this ultimate warrior expression. He follows very much in his father in darkness's footsteps, where Wallach is garbage at magic, just like Aberash is. They're super great warriors, they're super kick-ass and awesome, but they're terrible spellcasters. They're just garbage, absolute garbage spellcasters. They ain't got no gift at it. They did not go to Harry Potter wizard school. They skipped class because they were too busy fighting with sticks in the parking lot, and their education suffered for it. The Red Duke, on the other hand, is very, very unique among the blood dragons and super fun because he's actually a very gifted sorcerer, bizarrely. And granted, he's had a couple of interesting interactions with some necromancers, but he actually like learned to use magic quite capably. And the other thing about the Red Duke is completely and utterly insane. He is batshit crazy because the poor bastard literally got locked in a box and had to, like, he got locked in a tomb and was trapped in the dark, alive, and unable to do anything, see anything, or feed on any blood for hundreds of years. Just trapped. And he completely lost his fucking mind. Like, the big thing about the Red Duke is that he's so insane, he doesn't know where he is most of the... Well, he knows where he is. He doesn't know when he is most of the time. So, like, one of the... And that ends up being used against him when he comes back for the first time. And the Bretonnians are fighting against him. Is that he genuinely does not realize, like, what year it is. Or, like, what's going on. He is just running around... completely unaware of these kinds of things. You know what? We will allow Averlin to expand. Court of the Night is dead. Oh, Minlin's dead. That was quick. We'll have to resurrect them soon. Okay, so we could attack Carroburg. I don't think Kazrak will be able to bust Altdorf in a single turn. So let's take the fight to the Greenskins. And we're actually going to fight these fights because I do need to minimize casualties.
Eshin_Revan47.
But yeah, the Red Duke constantly thinks he's like hundreds of years in the past. I would say that Luther Harkin and the Red Duke are equally insane, but they have different kinds of insanity. You know, Luther Harkin has multiple personalities that are constantly fighting for control. Whereas the Red Duke has only his singular personality, but he often thinks that he's in a completely different time and when he's talking to people or talking to his like attendants or whatever, he refers to them as people who are no longer around. Also, the Red Duke is like super fucking tragic. He is by far the most tragic of the vampires, period. Like, it's not even close. The Red Duke his story is so fucking sad. If you've never read it, you can find, he has a Black Library novel about him. It is heartbreaking. Like, that man, the Red Duke book alone, like by itself, the Red Duke book will, like, if you have any form of a heart or empathy, the Red Duke book will convince you that Abarash is a piece of shit. Like, Abarash is a highly overrated, egotistical, massive douchebag. Because what he does to the Red Duke is just fucking evil. Which, to be fair, is a much more accurate representation of Abarash. Because despite the fact that Abarash is like, ah, yes, the great noble warrior, yada, 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 like, he's still a vampire. Like, at the end of the day, he's still a vampire, and vampires are dicks. Who, you know, they see humans as tools or a means to the ends or playthings. And Abarash is not an exception to that rule. And what he does to the Red Duke is just fucking terrible. Like, that book made Abarash for me go from be like, ah, he's like one of the best vampires to like, wow, Abarash is a douche.
X100. Pace detected Empire and Dwarfs get reload animations like the Chaos Dwarfs this update.
I know there are some Empire units that have reload animations, but I don't know if it's all of them or which ones do. So, I mean, I can check here with the handgunners. I'm pretty sure the Nuln Ironsides have reload animations. Don't quote me on that, though. I'd have to double check. Let's see. Materius, thank you for the 30 months. Make sure I'm caught up on YouTube's... Oh, God, no, I'm way behind on YouTube chats. Oh, God, I'm way behind. Okia, thank you for the 22 months. Linus Turd Tips. Glad to catch a stream. Do you think Skrull should get a disease system similar to what Nurgle has? Yes, 100%, absolutely. Yep. Yes. Lord Skrull should 100 billion% get a disease crafting system. And anyone who doesn't agree with that, you know what? Not all of our opinions are equal to one another. Some of our opinions are just fucking, you know, awful and invalid. Moving on. But yes, 100%, undeniably. Give it to me now. Inject it straight into my veins. Obviously, you'd want it to be a little bit different, but it should be, he should definitely have access to a very similar system.
X100. To stay on topic for a bit more, go to DMs please. There's a convo I saw on Twitch. I want to know what TF they're talking about.
Oh lord. Hold your horses. I'll get to that in just a moment. Okay, let's have our handgunners like guard. Actually, we can have you watch there uphill and you watch there. We can have a spearman unit there, and we can send a spearman unit back here. The mortar is in range, so we're just gonna let them have it.
X100.
Franz.
Let's try one more time. Any chance we can get Lawbeard's interview with Andy Hall or Rich Aldridge? For DLC. Looking like a good redemption.
I swear I'm getting caught up. Give me a minute. There's a lot of questions. Okay, but yes. Scroll, yeah. Soapy Muffins, thank you very much. That's a very generous super chat. Thank you so much. Want to thank you for the fantastic content orders and one of the reasons why I got on Warhammer. It's been a fun ride. If you were to rework Queek, how would I do it? Thank you again. The big thing I would do for Queek is I would give him a head-taking mechanic. So I would do something similar to... I've seen a couple of interesting proposals of how it could work. Like, I think I saw somebody earlier in chat here being like, oh, they should make it like the Changeling. But, like, you know, it's just anytime he kills a legendary lord, he gets, like, their head. And gets like different buffs. I think that might be a little gratuitous. That might be like a lot of work. What I would probably do is I would probably make it more like he gets a different head for every race in the game, or maybe like types of races. So like maybe there's like a Tomb King head, a Vampire Count head, etc. But there are several special heads, and if he gets one of the special heads, it's a unique buff. What I would do though is I would give him a tree where you have all the heads, like you have the generic heads, and then you have like the legendary heads. So like Scarsnake's head, Belagar's head, etc. Like the characters that he has like a notable, not friendly history with. And then what I would do is make it kind of like the cooking systems, in the sense that the way I would kind of work it is that when you get one of the heads, you gain the ability to equip them. So you get like three to four slots on Queek's trophy rack. And so along the trophy rack, you get a couple of slots, and as you fill in the slots, they give you different buffs. So for instance, and it should be buffs for his army, because like Queek is ultimately a very selfish character. I would not make it a series of faction mechanics. I would make it a series of buffs for him and his army alone. So like, oh, if you combine a Tomb King head with Belagar's head with like this other random bonus character, you get buffs X, Y, and Z that stack and give you some really, really cool powers for Queek and his army. That's how I would do it. That way, like, it's interactable, it's fun, it's like lore thematic, and you know, it gives you the good giggles, the happy giggles. But and like maybe if you do certain combinations, like maybe if you get all of the legendary heads, or maybe like the legendary heads get put on automatically. So like the legendary heads take up a legendary slot. So if you get Belagar's head or Scarsnake's head, those are permanently added to the trophy rack. So then you get to combine the generic heads with the permanent heads, which give you different combinations of buffs. So it's like, oh, before I got Belagar, I could only have 2 heads. But now that I've killed Belagar, I get Belagar's head plus the 2 heads that I've been able to put beforehand. So now I'm able to do this like super crazy wombo combo, and have a lot of fun with that. I would think that would probably be the best way to do it. Okay, I think we're good. We just gotta burst this last batch. Yeah, for Franz, he's literally right there, so don't fuck up. Hopefully those won't come back towards me. Ooh. My bad. Sorry, guys. They're badly trained gold dogs. My bad. That shaman is very annoying.
Karl Franz! We are Sigmar's heirs!
Looks that over there. Okay, we've shut down this little patch. Okay, there's army losses. Okay, good. All right, and it's a settlement battle, so I don't need to worry about chasing them down. Okay, let me get back to this. Let's see. I answered that. Linda Broche, thank you so much for the super chat. Why are the Slender Barges so small in game? And Go Check Felix says 100 dwarves plus all their weapons and ammo can fit. My bullshit answer will be it's like a TARDIS, so there's more space inside than it looks like. The real answer, though, is that they were ultimately inspired by the artwork, and they wanted to make something that would like look thematic and appropriate on the battlefields. And if they made the airship the size that it is in no, I'm not gonna return this to the Elector. I'll return like a settlement I don't care, but I want this one because I want that chapter house. If you had I also like the Irrepressible for Franz gives you bonus experience as well, which is like super sexy. Doesn't do that for most characters. I checked. But I would say that I think if they had made it like absolutely fucking ridiculously huge, it would have come with a lot of complications, and that because it would have been so large, it would have been much more vulnerable to like many times of missile fire. It also would have had more issues interacting with certain aspects of the game, as far as like interacting with like other flyers and units and stuff like that. Generally speaking, when Creative Assembly makes something not as big as we would like it to be, there is a reason for them doing it. I don't always agree with it. Like, would I like Kolek Suneater to be made like a category size larger, which we know they could do? Yes. Do I want Grease's Goldtooth to be like 50% larger? Yes. Could the Thunder Barges be a lot larger? Sure. But you have to keep in mind that the Thunder Barges that you're seeing are based on like the tabletop art and not the Gotrek and Felix story. In the Gotrek and Felix story, the Thunder Barges are described as being absolutely fucking massive. Like the Spirit of Grugni is huge. But all the ones that have been portrayed by Games Workshop in their artwork are not that big. You know, they're the ones you see in game. Oh. Alright. Please don't die, just run away. Yeah, good boy. Doesn't want to hunt you down. So that's ultimately why, is that they're basing it off like what Games Workshop envisioned it as, which is what you see in the artwork from the Warhammer Fantasy 8th edition army book. Yay! +1 fealty from every... Wait, do I want +1 fealty from everyone? Yeah, I do. Make sure they all behave themselves. Kazrak!
On march!
Aw, I can't find him.
I see no other option.
Sedge. I know you're here, you turd. Whatever. I'll just use another couple of turns to heal. That being said, I'm sure there are plenty of my fellow YouTubers who have worked on showing off the Thunder Barge and stuff. The Thunder Barge is like grotesque. It is super goddamn strong. So I don't really think they need to make it any bigger. It's got a pretty horrific amount of firepower. Kazrak is being just a little turd, isn't he? Look at that. He's wiped out Midland. He's activated his ritual, so I'm gonna have to go blow up the Herdstone. No, come back. Ooh, we really need the Inquisition is what we need.
So,
alright, let's just keep after him. The Beastmen are actually being kinda nasty. Alright, we got the Ubersreich 5 on the way to help protect our lands. Let's see. Alex Lowe, thank you for the 35 months. I appreciate it. Bearded Freckle, thank you for the super chat. I need you to summon Thankful to this game, like the Celestial Dragon Emperor throwing a meteor at the ogres. Listen, guys. I did something recently, very recently, within the last week, that I feel will make absolutely certain Thankful makes it into the game. But it is a ritual of such magnitude that I cannot discuss it. Because I would get in trouble. Just know that I have done what I can. And I believe strongly that
I command here.
My powers are mighty in this regard.
Ready.
That's all I could say on the subject, because it is someone else's story to tell. I merely lined up the dominoes to fall where they may. That's all I can say. Let's see. Ian, thank you for the super chat. Also, Wallach would allow a Super Harkin Bros co-op campaign. Yeah, exactly. You could have the Sons of Aberrach campaign with Luther and Wallach Harkin if you had both of them as legendary lords. That'd be bitchin'.
Nearly 2 years. I asked this as a lore fact. Why did Gotrek do that caused him to take the Slayer oath?
That's kind of big spoilers for people in chat. Tell you what, I don't want to like just throw that into the ether, because I know a lot of people, especially these days, are actually reading Gotrek and Felix, so I'm not going to answer that. What I will do though is that if you are just like dying to know and you're like, fuck spoilers, just give me the answers, you could just send me a DM. You could just send me a DM in Discord or whatever, or on Twitter, or whatever you prefer, and you can ask me that question, and I will happily answer it for you there. But I'm not gonna answer that live on a stream, because there's a lot of people that have just started reading the series pretty much all the time, and that would not be fair to them. So there you go. Muffin Baskets. This is a bribe. Please talk about the metaphysics of vampires and their unnatural nature with Andy, please. So we did do a fair amount of that. If you go watch the stream we did fairly recently on Vlad von Karstein. So if you go watch the Vlad von Karstein stream, I think you will find a pretty sizable amount of information on vampires. Obviously, we would like to do an even bigger deep dive into vampires as a general concept in the future. That has been a voting topic in the past, so it will return at some point. But I think you will find a decent amount of information in the Vlad von Karstein stream. Giga Gigantes, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Greenskins, attack the Elector State. We could hire nearby mercenaries, send a mercenary force, or do nothing. I think I'd rather keep my prestige, so I will hire nearby mercenaries. Huzzah! I'm just gonna auto-resolve it. And we'll pardon captives, because that gives me money. No! He died! Damn it, I wanted to kill him.
Sir?
I wanted to kill him. Kazarak has a pretty decent... Kazarak has a pretty okay trait, if I remember right. Alright, we gotta return to Elector. Yeah, we're gonna make old Toddy very happy with us by just returning all of his broken garbage to him. And then we're gonna go deal with this greenskin problem.
X100 sent to DM. I must know. Lol.
Sure, I will get around to that later today. Let's see. Can we get a Lordbeard's interview with Andy Hall or Rich Aldridge? Hopefully. I can't promise anything though. Getting CA people on, like actual CA employees on for those kinds of interviews is difficult. Mostly because Creative Assembly does not seem to have the biggest faith in them to not accidentally say something they're not supposed to say. They're always pretty worried that they're gonna come on and like, we'll be like, oh, wouldn't this be a really cool concept? And the person would be like, yeah! And that's why we're like doing it, or whatever, silly stuff like that. Not saying they would do that, but that is like the fear. Like whenever we do anything with like Andy Hall, for instance, virtually always, at least every time I've done an interview with him, I can't speak for Andy, but every time, or Andy Law, but every time I have done an interview with Andy Hall, Creative Assembly has never allowed me to do it live. They have always required it to be done, to be recorded, and then for the recording to be sent to them so they can like watch the whole thing through to make sure Andy doesn't say anything he's not supposed to say, and then they approve it, and then that's what we release. So, you know, take that into account.
Well, that is all I ever want.
Okay, good. These are friends. Ooh, give me a trade agreement. So yeah. Let's see. Squid, thank you for the super chat. The vampire counts get their dickheaded nature from their father Nagash. It's not purely from Nagash, but a substantial amount of it is certainly from Nagash. Captain Hammond, never knew Queek was a herald of Slanesh. Well, you know. D-Man, if you could get, I've seen a really let's just say there's an artist who has already taken that to the absolute extremes. D-Man, if you could guess based off how Toddbringer is, how many DLCs do I expect for the game? Well, it's well known that I'm an absolutely deranged optimist that clearly does not have any tethers in reality whatsoever. I am comfortable with that fact, but I'm also keenly aware of it. I feel like there's probably a good, like, somewhere in the ballpark of like 6 to 10 DLCs left. Maybe more, depending on how things go. But I also know, I know for a fact that CA does not plan as far ahead as a lot of people assume they do. They tend to play things a bit closer to the chest than you might expect. Not because they want to, it's just a nature of what they do. So yeah. Take that all with a big old grain of salt. I think we have to actually go closer. Let's see. Laughing God, thank you very much for the super chat and the sweet words. I appreciate it. Dojak, thank you for the super chat. Was really sad CA hasn't touched up some of the underwhelming features, underwhelming uniques for 5.0, especially Acts of Defender. Hopefully they get some love in the future. Yeah, hopefully. I mean, you know, everyone's got their own wish list of things that they wish Creative Assembly would prioritize, right? Like, everybody's got a billion things that they want CA to do, and unfortunately, there's only so much time in every DLC for them to do things, so there's always going to be something that somebody wants that's not going to make it. But, you know, there's always time in the future. As long as the games are still going, there's always more time. So the best thing we can hope for is to just, you know, keep making sure that you're, like, taking opportunities to chat with CA, post on the forums, let them know what's important to you. You know, what are the kind of things that you'd like to see fixed or added to the game. Be polite about it. You know, that's kind of one of the really important things is, you know, don't be a bellend. Oh my god, those skulkers hurt like a bitch. Ow, 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 ow. See if I can squash that great shaman. Let's get him! Oh, time to go. Time to go. I don't want to get smushed behind all this shit. This is gonna be an ugly fight. I can already tell. I'm doing a great job paying attention. I'm good at this game, he said, not lying out of his teeth.
X100. People forget when they say CA will dump WH3 for 40k that they'd rely on a large portion of those players to buy into 40k. They can't afford to end WH3 badly. They've seen how infectious battle can be.
I mean, I also just don't think that's something they would want to really do in their wheelhouse. Like, I don't... call me crazy, but I don't think their current plan is to trade out for 40k for fantasy. I'm gonna be honest. I think those are going to be surprisingly different concepts, which I think a lot of people, I think a lot of people find hard to believe. Like, they look at that and they go, "Oh, well, obviously they could do fantasy or 40k." And I don't think that's how it's actually going to play out. I think it's going to be more like fantasy and 40k, which is probably going to be very shocking to a lot of people, especially like the historical community. But I think CA might be might make some very odd, from our perspective, odd and unusual moves in the coming years. But we'll have to just wait and see. Greenskins are so much scarier now that they actually remember to wah. I liked it better when they didn't. And I'm out of magic. That is a bummer. Make sure they don't come back. Oh, my knights are done. That's not good. How dare you? How dare you wah me when I'm getting my shit pushed in right now? Yeah, make sure they don't come back. The mortar's still online, so that's good. Actually, you know what? I want you to aim for Mr. Emperor. Reichsguard rallied. Problem is my Reichsguard are losing to orc archers. Break those goblins, damn it! If I had like 100 winds of magic, I'd be feeling pretty good about now. Keep firing! Keep firing! Okay, we got rid of the goblins. And the problem is my entire front line has ceased to exist. Yeah, I think we need to... fall back. Oh, the Caribou Greatswords are fighting to the bitter end. Gotta hand it to those lads. If I could keep up the, oh god, another wall. Oh!
More like 5+ years. Loved your lore content before you became bigger on TW. Prefect to listen to at night when I had insomnia. Thanks for that.
Hey, Bohemian Snack City, thank you so much for the year of support. I really appreciate that. And also the sweet words. Thank you so much. Time to go. Alright, lads, might be time to fall back where we can. I'm just gonna keep chucking these mortar shots in until Franz breaks. Okay, maybe not until Franz breaks, but because we gotta go! We gotta go! Run, lads! Alright, everybody fall back! Franz, I don't think you're gonna get out of that mess. You just fight as long as you can. Everyone else, book it! Trying to trigger army losses. There we go. Get the fuck out! To be fair, that was a shitload of greenskins. And our army was also not full healed. And we had minimum, literally minimum winds of magic. Okay, let's see. Where was I? Ashton, thank you again for the 22 months, my dude, and I will answer that question later. Biofoot, thank you for the super chat. You seduced the CAC suite. It was not seduction. That is like one of the only things I can confirm it wasn't. Hopefully they don't. Oh, God. If I can bonk the shaman... No, I don't have a front line. Well, that's not good. This will definitely be a bit of a setback, but such is the nature of the green tide. We'll bounce back. We'll bounce back. Aslo, Araby win. I would like my magic carpet. Ah, God, dude. Araby is definitely my white whale right now. Araby is my white whale. Alright, this may be our end here, chat, but in the Empire, we fight to the bitter fucking end. To the bitter end!
Are you with me, men of the Empire? For Sigmar, for the Empire, for the Warhammer! Moving now!
See if I can bonk that goblin. I'm gonna bonk that little bastard.
Let's go. Attack. Let's get out. The Empire endures.
Very little shit. Ooh.
My subjects call. For the Empire. To arms, men. Listen up. Arcane Master.
And Karl's messing him up.
Wizard of the Order. Ivorina, listen. Wielder of Shaman. War. Missiles at the ready. Cannons fire. Ambulating.
Ooh.
This way. Forwards. Sigmar guides me. Gold Wizard.
I don't think I'm gonna have enough time to wait.
Shaman's Wrath. Prepare for combat. Ordnance ready.
You keep firing, goddammit!
Ulrich's wrath on them. Withdraw. Alchemist Wizard. I will not stand idle. Battle and blood await. For Heldenhammer.
Well, the captain's making a good showing.
Sigmar calls. Sigmar.
Of course, this little bastard won't just stand and fight.
Karl Franz.
Smack him, Franz! Smack him!
Arcane Master.
Oh, nice. You're like way over here. Cool. You just. Oh.
See to it. We are Sigmar's.
We've fallen before the green tide. We're not. We'll bounce back before you know it. Let's see. VMK, your thoughts on End, Koresh, and Nippon as race packs for the future of Warhammer 3? I feel like End is 100 billion% undeniably going to happen. Koresh feels extremely likely is going to happen. Nippon is a very big maybe. I would like to see Nippon, but I don't feel particularly strong about it. I'm definitely worried about Nippon. Oh, that was very unfortunate. All right, so we need. Let's get better armor and missile resistance on our infantry. Let's upgrade. Let's upgrade the capital. Get a garrison going in Isleheart. The good news is Karl Franz will be back faster than he would normally because we did get that bonus on him. We are going to use Inquisition here, which is going to lower the corruption by 50, which means that the Chaos Corruption is going to be basically gone. So that'll give Midland a much better fighting chance at holding off the Green Tide.
Orcs, come before me. Be careful what you say, beast, or my Reichsmarshal will have your tongue.
Where is your damn Reichsmarshal? Oh, great. We got greenskins coming from the south. Let's see. Okay, I'm all caught up. Ugh, good lord, finally. Oh, Carabird's fucked. Okay, we got 2 more turns till Franz is back. We're gonna just pour all of that money into buffing up our structures and not worry about, like, grabbing any troops. We're just gonna purely invest in construction costs. Though we can get a new... We'll get Hasselhoff. And combine... actually, having a terror causer is not bad. Yeah, I will take the terror causing. You're not caught up, DM? I'm not gonna worry about DMs during the stream.
Null underscore
Hammond.
captain underscore Hammond cheered. X100. You're not caught up.
Nope.
DM.
Yeah, I'm not gonna answer DMs during the stream. I'll do that after stream. When does the patch drop? April 30th. Oh, he's got like a big wad too. Ew.
Your king sends brave men to approach me, this Hexen stag.
War? Wow, everyone's being a jerk to me because I'm all beat up and sad. I'm all beat up and sad. Oh, is that it? Should recruit an additional lord? Well, don't mind if I do. All right, let's get a general of the empire up and running. Let's get a weapon master.
The Empire. Onwards. It will be an honor. Take them before they get to battle.
What does the Emperor bid? To the provinces. Praise Sigmar.
Start getting me troops. Do I think we'll see 40k end times? No. Ooh, gosh, excuse me. No, I don't. Not unless something really fucking weird happened. I think Games Workshop, in many ways, regretted the end times.
Null underscore captain underscore Hammond
Yeah,
cheered.
good grief.
X100. Perfect time to use my name redeem. Hehe.
I mean, I'm kind of ignoring Twitch redeems for the moment. I'll get around to it eventually.
Yes.
I really hate these texts. The ones where it's like, hey, recruit a type of this unit, and then you do, and then it's like, okay, the buff that you get is recruiting more types of that unit.
Peasant!
Like,
Peasant!
why waste my time? There must be something in the air. Alright, Franz is back.
Strengthen the Empire.
Summon the Elector Counts.
Let's do call to arms. So I get cheaper recruitment cost and also additional capacity.
Comet.
We also do state troop levy.
In the name of Magnus.
I guess fire my mortars so I can get better mortars with 2 ranks on them. I'd also like 2 war wagons because war wagons are fucking awesome against ringskins.
Hit 'em hard and fast.
Nice, good job assaulting units. And let's grab Blade Master.
What?
Okay.
Biofoot 45 cheered.
Hawk, you can
100.
turn off the lore.
I really
No,
wish
just leave them.
Warhammer
Just leave them.
would
If I look
give
at them, I
us
will. If
more
I don't, I
likely to
don't.
get further
And
factions.
I'll send back points for anyone that I don't. Phil, thank you for the super chat. Hellborg in the Darklands fighting the Chaos Force. What do you think? I shall counter propose with Hellborg, Kurt Hellborg,
Bring me to
setting up a new like landing zone, so to speak, for the Empire in the in Koresh or End. So like he gets put in charge of like a new like thing or zone in those areas. Hey Carmen, thank you so much for gifting 10 subs. Holy shit, thank you so much. That is super fucking generous. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that. I just spent all my money.
How should we proceed?
The screen skin army doesn't look very strong. Pretty sure I can just run them over.
Onwards! Yes, General. Drill!
Oh yeah, I can do this. Especially because I got like lots of unbreakable troops and war wagons. Let's fucking go. Thank you very much, Carmen. Appreciate that. I really wish Realms of Ruin had been a bigger hit, was more likely to get further factions. I'm curious what those devs are going to do, because I think the game fundamentally is good. I don't know what they need to do, honestly, to appeal to a wider audience, because I think the game overall is pretty solid. The story's really fun. I don't know if it's just that, like, AOS just still, like, if it's just not the kind of game people were really looking for at that point. I feel like if they had leaned more into proper base building and had really been like, look, it's like a big return to your favorite old-timey strategy games, I think that might have done it. Like, that might have been enough to really get people to be like, oh, wow. But I don't know. It's hard to say. Strategy games are hard. Like, strategy games are really, 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 really hard. With me, lads!
Our steeds are restless. Ready for war. To battle! Formation march! Weapons drawn. Ready! Take position! For the Empire! Formation!
I want those wolf riders.
Battle and blood awaits! Quickly!
Oop, nope, we're not staying.
Position! My rule is absolute!
Not making that mistake again. War wagons, run interference. Death jacks, forward.
Emperor's might!
War wagons, let's pull back a bit.
Twin-tailed comet!
Franz, I want to bonk those wolf riders.
Sigmar calls! By Garberans! In the name of the twin-tailed comet!
Let's run over some goblins. Good job, fall back, fall back, fall back.
For the Emperor! General! At speed!
Alright, let's buy Franz a little bit of time here.
Sigmar! Obey! Yes, General! Take the ground! Take the ground! Sigmar calls! At speed! Formation march!
Infantry, forward! Oop, I totally forgot about my war wagons over there. That's alright, they'll rally in a minute.
Sir, taking position! To me then!
Okay, I've gotta get rid of these wolf riders.
Attack!
Okay, we didn't lose any actual wagons yet, so that's good.
Weapons ready! We obey!
Actually, no, I want Sigmar's sons on them. Caribou greatswords, fall back. Captain, get in the thick of it. War wagons are back, hell yeah. Nice big charge on them. Okay, we don't want to stick around for this, so let's fall back.
Yes, General! To battle!
Mm.
Quick march! Great sword!
Going on the orcs. Archers, I want you on them.
Sigmar calls! No lingering! Charge!
We're gonna run over some greenskins.
Ready to serve! Take the ground! To arms, men! That's an order!
Unbreakable infantry are doing their job and doing it well. It's trying to shoot them.
For the Emperor!
Run away. War wagons are running people over. We got a big fat charge on those nerds. Karl Franz is on the war boss. Mortars are doing work.
Fire! Yes, my lord! We are Sigmar's heirs! Ready?
Pull the war wagons out. Did they buff Karl's stat line too? I think they buffed him a bit. If I recall correctly, which take this with a grain of salt because I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that like all of the griffins are like hefty, like got a pretty hefty bonus to their like health and all that jazz. That being said, you know, a war boss is still very scary.
Awaiting command! Moving faster! Karl Franz!
As you can see, I need to be a little more cautious. If I can just get this back portion under control, we're golden. Alright, I need my war wagons to start harassing him. Got 2 war wagons left here. Oop, don't fight him, don't fight him. Beep beep! War wagons are fun. They have very good utility. Run around shooting people. Okay, we're gonna have Franz just charge in here. See if we can have these war wagons help just... Can you just focus down this war boss that's shooting? Alright, get rid of them. Turn in... Actually, no. Let's focus him. Just do some pew pew pew. To buff our lads. A nice big fat charge. Oh god, that hurts. Yeah, everybody focus the war boss. War boss has gotta go. He's gotta go. Mortars, get out of the way. Knights, to me! To me!
Sigmar calls for the Emperor! No lingering!
Into them! Good charge, good charge, good charge. Okay, the mortars are back up and running. Still got a couple of nasty little things running around. Oh, we got him! We got him on the run! We got him on the run! Victory! Victory! Wasn't easy. It never is defending the Empire. Who is a dwarf? Who was the dwarf that fought her way to a hold to ask if she was still to be wed? Oh, that might have been Queen Helga, but might not. It's tough to remember. I don't know why Boris isn't a legendary lord yet. Yeah, you and me both, dude. Oh, we got our Pegasus. Oh, we got body counter. Nice. Body counter is an excellent trait. We can get Best of the Empire now, which gives us a bunch of goodies for our units. Let's get hard to hit up and running on our captain. I'm a little worried about that undead army in my home base. Oh god, I really don't want to do global recruitment here. So I think let's go ahead and do a commendation on Karl Franz to just give him some more experience. Won't level him up, but it'll just give him like a nice just to his experience, because the faster I can get up his unique tree to make him unbreakable and perfect vigor. Well, actually, the faster I can get Deathclaw, the better. Alright, we can fall back to Altdorf and recruit a bunch more troops.
Greetings, fellow heirs of Sigmar.
What do you want? A defensive alliance? Yes. Oh man, Vlad's like already neighboring me. He's moving quick. Galmaraz. Do nothing. Starling's Revenge. I'll take Starling's Revenge.
I see no other option.
Starling's Revenge is awesome. Alright, we're gonna head over to Altdorf. We leveled up again. Nice. So let's get... Probably Imperial Special Forces would be the best thing right now to make our greatswords just like big old anti-infantry lads. Another point hard to hit. And then for greenskins, I would like another unit of knights, 2 units of crossbows, and 2 units of halberdiers.
The Empire.
Cool.
What?
And then we can afford this. Doesn't necessarily mean we should do it. No, we should probably save our money.
Yes.
Storm Drive. You stand before the
Trade with Cathay?
Patriarch once more. I will.
Yep. Anything for Dragon Mommy. Anything for Dragon Mommy. All right, and then turn our attention back. We could upgrade Carroburg, but I think it's.
I command here.
I would really like more Reiksguard. I would really like more Reiksguard. So let's do that. Do I think we'll get Foot Knights for the Empire? No. I think you'll get. There's a good chance you'll get like Tutican Guard. I don't think you're gonna get Foot Knights though. Ah, there we go. Plus 15 armor and 10% missile resistance for all infantry. That's what Daddy needed. Okay, let's get... Let's make our cavalry stronger.
Yes.
Ubersreich needs walls. Well, Ubersreich is safe for the moment. So maybe let's get a barracks so I can get more. Actually, no. I wanna use my income to finish our army. Let's get our army like full up and running. And then once we're up and running, we can turn our attention to construction.
Bring me to my
So I can switch this back to Council Burgermeisters. Cool beans. And good. And that'll give us like a full army that we can play around with. The Laughing God, is there a dwarf queen that could be a legendary lord? An ideal or hypothetical situation? What are your thoughts? They could do Queen Helga. She's the most famous by far. Like the others are barely mentioned, very, very rarely ever. I think the likelihood of a dwarf queen legendary lord is pretty non-existent. I honestly think I'll use my prestige points. Okay, good. I honestly think our best case scenario would be to... Oh, I can get wizards now. Excellent. I truly think the best case scenario is going to be having... God, my brain just fizzled out. I think our best case scenario for dwarf ladies is that we get another DLC that is focused on dwarfs, and we get the Rune Priestesses of Valea as a hero. If we can get the Rune Priestess of Valea as a hero, whose whole big gimmick is that they like have like healing abilities and they have like some really cool buffs and yada yada yada, I think that's going to be the best case scenario. All right, so I'm thinking we could do a life wizard. That way we can kind of like buff Franz and let him be a little more reckless on Deathclaw because we'll have the big boy heals. Or I'm kind of thinking of a beast wizard, because if we do beast wizard, then we can go double griffin. I think I'd rather go life wizard because I think I want Franz to be kind of like a rah! So why don't we take a beast life wizard and we can go perceptive. That way he has even better chance of finding magic items.
Great treasures, come to me.
Then we can upgrade our port, because that's going to give us 200 extra gold per turn, which is not shabby. And as soon as we get that wizard, so I'm gonna walk out of my settlement here, and I'm gonna pop an arcane stance to give myself a lot of magic. And as soon as we get that wizard, we're gonna go do our quest battle. We'll probably go do Golmaraz first because I want my hammer. Thank you again, by the way, for all the support today, guys. I really, really appreciate it. I love spending time with y'all. Super nice. Yeah. Okay.
I am Prince and Emperor.
Come here, you.
I call thee.
Peasant!
All right. Let's go do Golmaraz because I want my hammer. Is there a Lisbon character / unit you love to see in the game? Doesn't have to be realistic. I mean, yeah, I've got an entire DLC's worth of stuff I want to see in the game. The character I want the most for the Lisbon right now is Chakax, the Eternity Warden, because his design is just fucking amazing. He's the big Temple Guard character. Unit, for me, it would be the Arcanodon, which is the big long neck dinosaur that has like a catapult of burning star energy on its back.
Beyond the pass, a war boss draws to him all that is foul. An orc horde beyond imagining. As Sigmar fought, so shall we. We will become part of the legend. We will wipe the orcs from our door. And only when this is done, when our nation has healed, shall I take up Golmaraz. For Sigmar, for the Empire, for the Warhammer.
Am I starting an army for the old world? I mean, I have a bunch of Warhammer Fantasy minis lying around. The big thing for me would probably be, like, the answer is yes. I don't know what, though. I'm still kind of waiting for the game to settle a bit before I, like, really sit down and build an army. Obviously, I would want to build a Lizardman army for it, but Lizardmen are not... They're a Legends force. So I'm kind of waiting to see how exactly that's going to pan out as far as, like, how much are people going to be supporting Legends factions. Like, you know, could I hypothetically take them to a tournament and have fun with them at a tournament? Or is it really quickly going to get to the point where, like, you know, it's like, oh, it's a legacy faction, so, you know, so fuck you, how dare you play them? So I'm kind of waiting to see how that all pans out, for me personally. They're coming right for us. Oh, they got Doom Divers. I don't like Doom Divers. You want to wheel a little closer and shoot those? That would be great. Who are they aiming at? Oh, not the Caribou Greatswords. Run away! Run away! Ah! Oh, God. Oh, good dodge. Good dodge. Yeah, run away. Why do y'all keep wanting me, you rude bitches? Laughing God, follow-up question. What are your thoughts on Games Workshop doing a Dwarf Queen character for the old world? That would be kick-ass. A Dwarf Queen for the old world would be super-duper cool. And they could easily get away with it because we don't know a lot about what the world was like during the old world. It's a pretty big mystery. So they could easily turn around and be like, hey, look, there's a Dwarf Queen now. Just please, God, don't name her Helga or Kemma or any of the other, like, super stereotypical Dwarf Queen names. For the love of God, make it an original character who has a unique name, so we don't fucking get them mixed up with everyone else. Please, I am begging you. I mean, I'm happy to just trade artillery fire. Wow, those mortars are super inaccurate. Except for when they magically aren't. Ryan G, thank you for the super chat. Dogplay says, as of a test server update, all Hippogriff Ments now have more base health. Yeah! Yeah, I believe Hippogriffs and Griffins are going to have more health. So they're going to be more actual monsters. And more on par with the other monsters. Yeah, if he just wants to keep shooting my crossbows, I'm fine with that. Obviously, it should be Queen Valora. And if you know, you know. And if you don't, you don't. If you don't, go watch Lawhammer.
Sigmar calls!
What about Quema or Sema? No. Keep firing! Keep firing! They're so close to breaking. And then the greenskins will have to come down here. Okay, I think they're done. All right, let them have it. We can go ahead and send in the war wagons. Yeah, you didn't dodge them all that time, did you, bitch? Also, if you're watching the stream, please consider hitting the like button. It helps a lot if you're watching on YouTube. Just takes literally a millisecond. You don't have to if you don't want to, but it would help a lot by telling YouTube that, hey, this is something that people should maybe watch. Recommend it. All right, let's start antagonizing Wolf Riders here. Turn on skirmish stance. That goblin unit. Fuck that goblin unit in particular, according to my mortars. Why don't you aim over here and you aim over here? Fall back! Fall back! Sterling's Revenge! You're up! Isn't Blackfire Pass just something crazy? So do y'all know how Blackfire Pass was formed? This is not a naturally occurring pass. So, according to legend, which is verified by the Dawi, Blackfire Pass was formed by a battle. And it was not like a giant epic scale battle of multiple armies. Instead, this pass through the mountains was, which actually Blackfire Pass would probably be like a fair bit longer than this. Like it'd probably go like way further back. But Blackfire Pass was formed by Grimnir fighting a dragon. And the battle was so horrific, and the dragon's breath was so hot and so intense that their battle caused this pass to be just obliterated through the mountain. Because it was just that fucking ridiculous. Which is just awesome. And if you're an AOS fan, you may go, hey, that sounds very, very similar to how Grimnir, like, fucking died in AOS with the whole Mother of Salamanders. And you would be correct, because, you know, history comes in circles, as they say. Or history is a circle. The Dawi have arrived! Uh-oh.
Yes, General. Formation march! We are Sigmar's heirs!
Ah, the wyvern's really fast.
Biofoot 45 cheered. X100. History never repeats, but it often rhymes.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it wasn't a dragon the second time. It was an salamander. For the Empire!
Ready for war!
Franz is gonna earn that hammer.
Stallen's revenge!
Time to go. I like your formation there, Dawi. Those copters are going to fuck some shit up. All right. The war boss is dealt with. They're dropping bombs and making a mess up there. And doing war wagons. I'm just gonna keep firing with my fucking mortar so we're out of ammo.
Yes, General! Quick march!
Because if I could do my Rinfang quest battle right after this, that'd be great.
Take the ground! Formation! March!
The dwarf Air Force is just absolutely obliterating everything. Oh my lord. Amazing.
I will not stand idle! Ready! Verheldenhammer!
Just gotta make sure I don't overstay my welcome.
Sigmar falls! The Empire
Ooh, that was a good mortar shot.
lingering! Yes, sir! Hand at your eye!
Focus the giants, lads. Oh, those are trolls. Oh, where are my great swords? Back to your slot, lads. Ooh, that troll charge hurt. Fall back! Fall back! Open fire! Oop.
Taking that position! Stallen's revenge! Yes, sir, quickly! Listen up! Prepare for combat!
Here they come!
Missiles at the ready! Fire! Ready to fire!
Oh, mortars, you're out of ammo. Get here.
We await your orders! By Ulrich's wrath! Quick march!
Knights, forward!
Ulrich's wrath on them!
Alright, Franz, let's debuff the big boys here.
That's an order! Steady, man! Understood! Advance!
Oh, good. Now the dwarves are getting involved. Very nice.
Yes, General! Verheldenhammer! Get
Gonna dive down here.
my command! Halberdiers! Sir! Yes, General! The Empire endures!
We're gonna go shut down all these units in the back.
Battle wizards!
Get rid of the spider spam.
All things must wither!
Finding range, sir!
Bring it down! Bring it down!
Find your target! Charge! Our weapons are yours! Ready!
The Empire!
Our steeds are restless!
We have victory! It's always kind of terrifying how fast the Ragnarok spiders can move when they're fleeing. Like, it's being weighed down right now, but normally when they flee, they move, like, so fucking fast.
For blood! For Ulfdorf! Prepare for combat!
Yeah, dead spider. That's what I like to see.
Peasant!
Karl Franz!
Peasant!
Why y'all being mean?
The Empire endures!
The new gyrocopter is very good. Yeah, new gyrocopters are kind of bonkers. It's a pretty healthy, like, buff for them.
Ready for war!
It's funny, they didn't get any more health, so, like, the individual models can feel significantly more frail, which is interesting. But they definitely are much better. Yeah, you better run, you little shit. Victory! All right, we got Golmaraz. Excellent. Whatever the gyrocopters, they now have, instead of it being 3 gyrocopters per unit, it's now 12 gyrocopters per unit. So when you drop bombs, they drop significantly more bombs. There's also the gimmick of their munitions have changed. So the brimstone guns are now like flamethrowers, which have a significantly more powerful anti-infantry basis, and the steam guns shoot more like these little like steam pellet gun type things. So they are better. They're more your kind of like traditional armor piercing single focus target type stuff. And then you have the there's a grudge settler unit that's new and campaign exclusive that gives you the ability to do shit like Trollhammer torpedoes. You have Trollhammer torpedo launchers. Hey, you know what? We're still basically full health, so let's go get Beast Slayer. Wait, do I have Golmaraz equipped? Yes. Okay. Let's go ahead and give my Rune Fang. Let's give Draktuki to our captain. Make sure we're making proper use out of all that. And then let's go get Beast Slayer. Are there any changes from Marcus Wolfhart? Not really. He has the new tech tree, just like the rest of the Empire does. So he has 4 unique techs that none of the other Empire characters do, that are a part of his tech tree. Which, so I looked at that at the very start of the stream. So if you go back to the very start of the stream, you can see it. But it's very minimal. Share an Instagram. I will be getting my Instagram account up and running here soon because I'm getting back into painting again. And I do have a lot of cool things I'd like to share. Plus, it gives me a place to more appropriately post dog pictures obsessively, because my dog is my obsession. So I will have my Instagram account like coming back from the dead soon. Snowdog Total War, just finished your advisor stream with Lawhammer. Thought I'd drop by and say hi. Oh, awesome! I hope you enjoyed it. We had a good time with that one. What do I that needs painting? Oh, dude, I have like thousands of points worth of Night Haunt I have to paint, and I also have a shitload of Lizardmen that I don't even know what I'm gonna do with them. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm gonna do with them.
Are you with me, men of the Empire? For when the Northmen come, they will attack hard, as their despicable gods demand. We must be ready to push them back, thrust them into the sea, in defense of the Empire! Stay troops ready! Yes, General! Ready for war!
Sage wizard!
Swordsman! Ready for war! Halberdiers!
Remember, this quest battle's kind of fucky with enemies like popping up all over the place, so we'll kind of have various troops hanging around.
Missile infantry!
We have the Deathjacks go with our swordsmen here. Make sure our crossbows are divided up decently. I'm so excited for the engineer hero. Like, having like a shooty focused hero that like hangs out with your back line and stuff and busts all your shooting is gonna be so nice. Top you off. Oops, forgot my knights.
Sigmar calls. Not a try, sir. Avoiding combat. Hand at your eye. My subjects call.
Unpainted minis are against the rules some places. Yeah, but like if your goal is just you want to just go play, most places don't give a shit. Like the only times that I've seen anybody care about if your minis are painted or not is if it's a grand tournament. And that's because at grand tournaments, you know, it's kind of supposed to be like, oh, this is the cream of the crop, and this is like super professional, and like you have to pay a lot of money to be there, and like everyone wants to be able to like take nice pictures and for everything to look nice. So, you know, it's kind of more like out of respect for your opponent, and like just the event in general. It's expected that you paint your minis, but you don't have to paint them like amazingly. Like they don't have to be pretty. They just have to have. It's usually like they have to be based, so they have to have like some kind of basing on the mini, and they have to have. They have to have at least 3 different colors. Ooh, those are getting a little close. Because like, don't get me wrong, I personally do not enjoy painting. I find painting to be very annoying and not fun. I just do it because it's kind of expected of me, and I don't have enough infinite income in my life to get away with paying someone else to paint for me all the time. But a lot of my minis are painted by other people. Like, I do that when I can.
Sigmar calls.
Okay, why don't you go run them down.
Shall you protect us?
Wing charge in here. Let's follow up on these nerds. Fire off one of those. Fire off one of these. Okay, good job, Franz. Start heading back this way. Swordsman can go back to that side. You go over there. You go over there. There they are. I knew they were going to come from that flank. Mortars! About face! Halberds, take the hill! Archers, about face! Alright, we've just about busted all these nerds. Let's tell the captain to hustle this way. We got a war wagon coming back. They're grinding this dude down. Knights, go chase them off. Yeah, y'all just make sure they don't get to our archers. I'll wait till they're all... Charge! Do war wagons have better guns now? I mean, they've always been pretty decent. Like, war wagons have not been bad in a really long time. Like, they weren't necessarily amazing when they got initially released, but they've been pretty fucking good for a while. Oh god, more stuff showing up.
Sigmar, guide our fire! Take the ground! Halberdiers! Attack!
Alright, let's escort these nerds out.
Get them!
Alright, there should be one more force that comes in from this flank, if memory serves. Ba-boom! Lord of Light's so pretty. Or life.
We are Sigmar's heirs!
Alright, the enemy general's dead. Good work, lads. Took you 1,000 years, but you got it done.
Halberdiers!
Alright, I don't think any of them will rally. I think they're out of here.
By Ulrich's wrath! Your orders? Sigmar calls!
Maintain your ranks.
I will not stand idle. Mortar! Sigmar!
About face.
Crossbows ready, General!
Random fun fact, did y'all know that the battle that this battle is based on, in the end times, is where canonically you have the first showdown between Emperor Karl Franz and the Nurgle character, oh my good god, the Kraken Lord. His name is escaping my brain. The tentacle guy. Gutrot Spume. Yes, thank you. Yes, Gutrot Spume. Oh, they rallied. You're not. That's illegal. You're not allowed to do that. Yeah. So this battle is where Karl Franz and Gutrot Spume first faced off, and the fun thing about the battle was that Karl Franz, as he talks about in the beginning of the quest battle, got word from the Celestial College, and they were like, hey, we looked into the future and we saw that there was like a big Norscan invasion coming. So Karl Franz knew he wasn't going to be able to take it alone. So while his army held the line on the shores of Nordland against Gutrot Spume's plague fleet, which was invading, so he had like a bunch of plague ships, because Nurgle has a whole thing about fleets in a lot of Warhammer stories. So as the Nurgle fleet was invading and Gutrot Spume's like horrible plague ship was coming in and all that stuff, the Empire was not having a good time. And then, just as the fighting was about to get like super duper bad, the water started to freeze. And who shows up but Karl Franz? And with him, he had Katerin, the Tsarina of Kislev. Because Franz had hopped up on, I think it was Deathclaw or a Pegasus. I can't remember if it was a Pegasus or Deathclaw. But he hopped up on some kind of mount and basically flew all the way to Kislev to ask for her help. And managed to convince her to come with him and help. So Gutrot Spume, as his army was trying to come out of the surf to attack the Empire, the ocean literally froze under them, and it froze all their feet, so they couldn't move. And it allowed Karl Franz's artillery and stuff to just obliterate them. Which is cool. Okay, mortars. Let's calm down a little bit there. That was a big old fat shot right into the halberdiers. Get him, Franz! I wish the Pegasi were bigger. The Pegasi are so puny. Pegasi are supposed to be like significantly larger than regular horses. Like, they're like a whole classification larger. Like, regular horses are counted as cavalry. Pegasi are counted as monstrous cavalry because they're that much bigger. But they're just horses with wings in this game. So maybe when we get a Bretonia update, they can fix that. That'd be good. All right, there we go. And that will give us the Dreckwald Runefang, if memory serves. Why are the lores of Frost and Blizzard exclusive to Kislev? A lot of lore reasons. The lore of Ice is exclusive to Kislev because it was taught to the ancestors of the Kislevites or the Gospodarians by a mysterious entity, according to some myths. But it is a form of magic that can only be learned in Kislev. Me and Andy have talked about it. We did a Lawhammer episode, or sorry, not Lawhammer, a Lorebeards episode, where we talked about the history of Kislev and its magic and all that stuff. So if you want to learn more about it, you can go check out that stream. Trying to remember what that stream was called. I think we just called that stream like like the lore of Kislev or like changes to Kislev, something along those lines. I don't remember what exactly we changed what the name of the stream is, but you can find it on our playlist and also almost assuredly on your favorite podcast streaming service. If you just look up Lorebeards, you'll find the podcast. And it's in the most, it's not in the current season, but the season before the current season. Whatever season that is. And I'll take both. Nice, 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 nice. So let's get a garrison and big boy troops coming from Ubersreich. We can also start upgrading Karlberg. That looks very good. Okay, so now I can turn my attention to dealing with the greenskins proper. So let's ride! I could send aid. I'm tempted to declare war against the vampires and send aid, but I feel like I should not do that just yet. I could send aid to Middenheim to maybe force Festus back, or maybe to Talabheim to strike out at Hergig. I think I will conserve for now. Wasn't it called The Realm of the Ice Queen with Andy Law? That's probably it. No, it's not the Hags episode. It's the one before the Hags episode. I think. I think. It might have been the Hag episode. I don't know. I think we've done like 2 or 3. Is the Red Moon building finally worth building? I think so, but I am also admittedly addicted to unique structures. Like whenever there's a landmark, I'm gonna build it. It doesn't matter to me if it's good or not. Like economically, no, it's not that great. But you know, it's the fucking Red Moon Inn, and I love Vermintide, so I'm gonna build it. All right, let's take the fight to the Black Pit.
Men, we must
We're gonna need some siege equipment.
into battle.
All right, I'm gonna save up my prestige because I really want to get the upgraded prestige stuff. All right, let's do. Wait, do regular war wagons not show up on any of the techs? Oh no, they're under mass-produced fire. Okay, I got you. Okay, let's get melee attack and melee defense for our infantry to make them a little more reliable at holding the line. Oh, I could get another Karlberg unit, but that's a lot for just a little. That's a high price requisition wise. All right, so we're gonna wipe out the goblins. So we're gonna destroy the Black Pit. Well, we're gonna hand the Black Pit to Middenheim, and then we'll deal with Wrecker's Point, and then we're gonna fall back and get like a really saucy army. And also we can pick up Gotrek and Felix and slap them in an army. Would I say the change to Outriders was an improvement by giving them rifles instead of pistols? Yes. Well, I mean, Pistoliers have pistols, so to make your Outriders feel fun, they need to have something else. Where's Toddy? I don't know, he's running around somewhere. We will stop the Civil War. None of that. None of that nonsense.
Raise your weapon.
None of that nonsense. Okay, if I could get... I only need 2 towers, but I get 2 towers at the same time. So I guess, yeah, we'll just do that. It's fine. That cost me so much prestige. Good. Look at all this. Look at all those buildings about to finish. Oh, glorious day. Glorious day! Alright. Drycho wants to be friends. Huh. You know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, I think, in this circumstance. And the vampire counts and Greenskins and Festus are looking a little nasty. So I think for now, let's make sure the angry tree lady does not try to rip our guts out.
On behalf of Cathay, welcome.
More trade. We'll betray her later.
We are one. The Boca Palace's doors are open to you.
Okay, let's do that.
Peasant! All right.
Cool, 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 cool. Why is Boris Todbringer not a playable legendary lord yet? Because they'd have to hire a voice actor, and then they'd have to actually, like, go in and probably give him a quest battle, or make sure that he's got some unique kind of gimmicks and campaign stuff to make him fun. Like, it would take work.
I will hear your
Hey,
petition,
Saboto,
but
I'm
make
glad to hear that, dude.
promises.
Hope you're enjoying the stream now. Ah, Baston is finally getting their head out of their ass. Nice. Wait, Talabeclan's dead? Fuck. this vampire problem is becoming a bit of a problem. Okay, let's get... Ooh, if I could get... Oh god, Grom's like right fucking there. I think we're gonna upgrade Helmgart. And we're also going to hire... I think an Arc Lector to watch over it.
Warrior of Sigmar. Champion of the faith.
Ah, damn, he doesn't get a prayer to level 5. Fuck. Whatever. We'll make do. So we're going to put him in charge of Helmgart for now. And we will give him a Rune Fang to make him official. Because I would like to stick Gotrek and Felix in his army. Okay, I need one more turn before I'm going to feel really good about sieging the Black Pit. Karl Franz. It's also a hammer. Good old Vulcan. One of the characters that seems kind of reasonable. Tiamat64. My son just started playing Warhammer with me. 40k though. Well, you know, we can't all be perfect. He picked orcs. I'm so proud as a Nid player he didn't pick Space Marines. Right? That's every parent's fear. I think that's something most people can relate to. Every parent's fear is that their child will start playing Space Marines. There's truly nothing worse. And Aaron, thank you very much for the super chat, as well as
X100.
you, Tiamat. Appreciate it.
Reminder that I got Andy Hall to admit that Elspeth von Draken is a lost dragon child in Andy Laws inside the Rookery's stream.
Ah, shit.
No biggie.
I heavily suspect that you probably got him to say it's not impossible, because that's what he says about literally everything. All right. Hopefully we could maybe stop Grom here, and this won't be a repeat of actual history where Grom goes on to absolutely just curb stomp the Empire's face. We can only hope. Now, the good news is he's got one catapult, so if I could shut down the catapult fast enough, he might actually... Oh yeah, he's in crossbow range with it too. Awesome. So if we can shut down the crossbow fast enough, the catapult fast enough, then he has to come through the gates. In which case, well, I guess he could come over the walls, but not in that many places. He has a lot of trolls. So we could have the vast majority of our force hold the gates like we're fucking Gondor. And mostly use our swordsmen to hold the walls, along with some spears. We're gonna use, and then we're gonna put archers kind of along the walls to just open fire whenever anything vaguely troll-shaped gets close. And we're gonna put these guys here so they are firing up on the walls. Do I have one more unit of crossbows? Maybe? 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn it. Okay, let's take this unit of crossbows. Put them up there. And we're gonna put this one over here so they can fire up on the walls. And then I can take... Arcletter and Cavalry have to go by the gate. We could take this Spearman unit and just use them to activate this tower. Just make sure nothing too shenanigan-y happens over there. Alright. We hold here! Take out that catapult! Those are trolls. Take out that catapult! Destroy the catapult! At least walls have a lot more health now. And there are night goblins. That's not great. Wow, they got to those walls really fucking fast. Okay. Return fire! Oh god, he's got so many stealth goblins. Oh, Jesus. Positions! I did not think he had anybody on those flanks, and turns out he has a lot of guys on those flanks. I mean, we could just abandon this wall. The rock lobbers are almost offline. We got Orc Biggins. And Orc Boys. Hold the walls! Alright, looks like the rock lobbers are offline. Archers, get on the walls.
Eshin _ Revan 47 cheered. X100. Out of interest, when 5.0 comes out, I intend to have Gotrek, Felix, and Ulrika in the same army. Will that okay, or would it be awkward?
No, you can absolutely do that. You could do that to your heart's content. Okay, we don't need to be on the walls. Get off the walls! Get off the walls! You know what? Just abandon walls. We took out the catapults. Abandon the walls. We'll let the cavalry deal with that. Deal with it from here. Fall back. Fall back. Okay, this side is holding up pretty good. Not perfect, but okay. Oh, stop those night goblins. Those stone trolls are having a pretty not great time, which is good for us.
Hunt down those lizard trinkets.
Okay, here, let's move to this uphill location. Here comes the wall. I really want a tier 3 tower. It's still not through the gates yet, so that's nice. We're getting a little low on ammo though, which is not great. We might want to start falling back to the second level in a few places, actually. Yeah, let's start doing that. Fall back! Because I want to drag him into here so I can make use of all my towers efficiently. Kill those stone trolls, damn it! They're so low health, just finish off the models. Halberds, go up there. Knights, let's ride them down. We're losing parts of the walls. So you know what? I lied. Don't do that. Come over here. Take the Arc Lector with you. Okay, that unit of orcs is defeated. Let's focus the gobos. Oh, no, no, no. You're way too close. You're way too close. Tower's doing his job. Okay, halberds are chopping up gobos. We're falling back to the top level, so we can hold that in the event that things get really spicy. Let's get another tower up and running. I wonder if we should surrender the gate at this point. That's such a good, it's such a good like spot to close them all in. No, I think we should hold the gate still. Swordsman, I want y'all to fall up to second level. Oh, knights! Arc Lector, get your asses over there. You will hold! I want this unit over here. Actually, I want both the archer units over here. Those halberds should be able to wreck shop pretty good. Looks like we were able to fuck up the trolls really nice, so that's awesome. It's gonna be unfortunate for the pump wagons, but it's alright. More towers. Alright, we are kicking ass and taking names over here. Just gonna go ahead and rejuvenate myself. I want you to focus these orc boys. Focus the orcs! Start focusing the black orc. No, 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 no. Make yourselves useful. Spears, y'all can just hold there for now. Okay. Knights, I want y'all over here. Arc Lector can deal with chasing off these goblins. Archers, you keep on the orcs. Turn off that. But you know what? I'm gonna have to deal with these orcs, aren't I? Ah! Okay, archers back. Oh, the gate's open. Force them back! Oh, my archers are out of ammo. That is very unfortunate. Oh, just keep the tower firing if nothing else. Y'all both have guard stance on? Yes, okay. So we're gonna focus the nasty skulkers. Archers, I want y'all to turn and face the trolls. Make sure those goblins don't come back. Good. Crush the orcs over here. Finish them off. Arc Lector, I need you at the gates. Hold them back! Okay. Oh, nope, nope. Okay, just that unit. Okay. You make your way over this way. We can get a bigger tower here. Okay, gonna ride in and start smacking trolls. Do not let those pump wagons in. Finish off the weak trolls.
We are Sigmar's heirs.
Okay, those goblins are dead. All right, get your asses over here. Quick, quick. Hold the line! Oh, God. Grom's just sitting there like a fucking raid boss. Oh, here he comes! Okay, I'm gonna come around this slide. Into them! Focus the trolls! If we can kill all the trolls, there's hope. Halberdiers, make sure they leave. Knights, fall back. Range units, fall back. Oh god, we've killed like a pretty hefty amount of trolls, but there's still so many trolls left. And Grom's just a fucking raid boss, dude. So's that black orc, actually. Alright, we've got him isolated. See if y'all can leave. Okay, so I think those gobos are dealt with. Wish my towers were a little more accurate. Grom's distracted for whatever little that's worth. We're gonna need these spears over here.
Sigmar, preserve us!
Oh, there's orcs over here. There was orcs over there.
Ready for war! Go!
Archers, fall back.
Soldiers of the Empire!
Ooh, oh dear. Oh, sorry guys. Brace! Brace! Oh. We just don't have a way to deal with Grom. If that was like a regular greenskin hero, I'd feel pretty okay about this situation, but it's fucking Grom. I don't think we have an answer to him. Oh no, I do not want to fight that big boss. Kill everything you can. At the very least, we can try and slow down Grom once he's like in our territory. Kill the pump wagons. We're gonna want 2 of these because those are good single target towers. See if we can pop these pump wagons. Why don't y'all fall back to the upper level and you fall back to the upper level? Nope, we're not doing this. Run away, run away! Ah! Get back on the walls. They can't chase us on the walls. They're not infantry. We're trying to avoid army losses at this point. Do that to get a bunch of vigor back. Oh, he's taking all our little... Oh, you know what? I bet we can pop that little squad there. I need all of y'all on this flank. That seems to be where his main forces are going. It's only 4 stone trolls, but Grom is also hovering down there. A fucking movie villain. We're losing all our capture posts. It's too bad the Empire forts don't get the little like barricades like on the stairs. Those would be so fucking nice. Oh, nice. We managed to stop this one from falling. That's good. All right, back up! Back up! Oh god, here he comes. Here comes the mini boss before the big boss. Hit him with everything we got! Is he attacking my tower? He is! He's gonna like... He's just gonna wreck the building from all the way down here. What the fuck? God damn, that's a strong orc! He's like, I'm gonna crumpet! Ah! I knew he was a beefy boy, but my god! Brace! Oh good, we're braced. Hell yeah. Bring it on, asshole! Take him down! Take him down! He's got 800 health left! For Franz! Looks that pump like. Okay, why don't y'all come over here? Ah! Bring it down! Bring it down! 200. Oh, he's broken! Okay, Spearman, y'all just post up. Alright. Archers are putting what little shots they have left into the stone trolls. He's dead! Oh, good. We popped his head off. This has been a fun siege. Honestly, if these trolls are just gonna like sit there and take it, I am happy to let them. Let's get a really, really big boy tower here. No, don't move. You don't need to move. Stop moving. No, you were fine where you were. Go back. Go back. Oh god, they're coming around this flank. Oh, I think they're going... Oh no, did they stop? Here, can you finish off that last orc just to give us a little more army loss leeway? Shoot where he's going. Okay, we got the big boy tower.
Sigmar guides us.
Hell yeah! Good shot. Volley! Nice! Another dead troll. I'll take what I can get. Very accurate. Very, very, very cool, guys. Nice. We are out of ammo. It's all up to the towers now, baby. What do I need for a level 2 version of this? 650? Okay. Bro. I wish these things were just a little bit more accurate. Considering that if they die, like, you lose them forever, you can't build anymore. Like, I don't know. I feel, and they're expensive and they take a while to build. I feel like it's not that much. Ooh, nice. Good shot. That was a 2-for-1. Grom's just gonna sit there and let me pot shot him. I'm not gonna complain. God, these guys are like basically unbreakable. Like the game's like, yeah, sure, dude, you can kill all these trolls, but you still have fucking Grom to deal with. What are you gonna do about Grom, Sotek? And I'm like, I don't fucking know. All right, now we have to lure Grom up here. Run for your fucking lives. Fly, you fools! To the upper levels! Guys, only got 2 things left. It's unfortunate I can't rebuild those towers. Okay, I think he might be just chilling. I think it's like he came over and started wailing on this tower and then it died, so he's like, I don't know what I want to do now. I can't hit him from here, though, is kind of the thing. So, chat, how are y'all? I kind of want to, like, launch a final assault against him. Because I don't think I'm going to be able to draw a line of sight to him. And I could just sit here until time runs out, but even at 4 times speed, that's going to take for fucking ever. Rally the troops! Rally the troops! Waiting out the timer is also an option? What am I, legend? Gather my men. Have I played Festus on 5.0 yet? I did tinker around with him a little bit to see if anything had really, like, changed. Festus is basically still the same. Like, he has the new disease mechanic, but other than that, he's basically the exact same. I guess we could do an impromptu Q&A. Did he not get army losses? No, because Grom's weight, because he has, like, he's so far from his healing cap, Grom's weight, for the sake of the battle, or the balance of power, is, like, fucking massive. Yes, also Grom's literal weight. Opinions on the End Times DLC. I don't think it's going to happen. I do not think there will be an End Times DLC because the vast majority of what you see in the End Times is just Age of Sigmar stuff. I think the only things that you're going to get left from the End Times is you're going to get Nagash, you're going to get Nagash, you're going to get 2 variants of the Vermin Lords, not all 4. You're only going to get 2. And it's probably going to be the Warbringer and the Warpseer, because those are like the kind of neutralish ones. Which I suspect the Warbringer will be the regular Vermin Lord, and the Warpseer will be the Exalted Vermin Lord. Then I'd say there is a possibility that you'll get Storm Fiends. Storm Fiends, I think, are a pretty big maybe. And I also think that the... what do you call them? The Nagash's special guys, the Morghast. The Morghast Archai and the Morghast Harbinger are also maybes. I think Screech Vermin King is definitely going to happen. Thanquol is definitely going to happen, and it'll be End Times Thanquol. But the Putrid Blight Kings, anything, I do not think Nurgle's going to get another DLC. Nurgle's done. Like, I think Nurglich is completely done. I think the only thing Nurgle is still going to get, maybe, is Valnir the Reaper. Though whether he'll be a Legendary Lord or a Legendary Hero, I have no idea. But I don't think you're going to get Putrid Blight Kings. You're not going to get the Glotkin. You're not going to get the Magath Riders. And you're not going to get Gutrot Spew. I also do not think you're going to get any of the corn shit from the last book. So I don't think you're going to get the Blood Reapers or the or the whatever their alternate kit version is called, or that special character guy that like melts into a pool of blood. I don't think any of those are going to be put in the game. Yeah, Skull Reapers and Wrathmongers. Yeah, I don't think any of those are going to be in the game. That is my prediction as far as the end time stuff goes. Do I think the vampires are one of the weakest factions in this DLC? No, I think Norsca is probably weaker than the vampires. Yeah, Scar Blood Wrath. Yeah, I don't think he's coming in. I think you're probably going to get I think you're probably going to get 3 legendary lords for all of the mono gods. I think you're going to get a greater demon character, a mortal character, and a lesser demon character, and that's probably where they're going to call it. So like with Nurgle, you're done, right? You have Tarmakon, you have Kugoth, and you've got Epidemia, so you're done. I think with Khorne, you're going to get Scarbrand, Skulltaker, and Arbal the Undefeated, then you're done. For Tzeentch, I think you're going to get Egron von Horseman, along with the other 2, and then you're done. And then I think for Slaanesh, you're going to get Dakala and the Mask, in addition to Nakari, and then you're done. That is my prediction. They hinted at another Nurgle DLC in a blog. I really fucking doubt it. I super fucking doubt it. I don't think there's enough left with Nurgle that you could do a DLC. Because the only thing Nurgle is missing is characters. And the Putrid Blight Kings. That's it. Like, he's got all the units. Adulterated fun. Oh, thank you very much for the prize. I really appreciate it. Egg Mega, thank you very much for the super chat. Great Spine Chaos Beast, that's not a Nurgle unit, that's just a Chaos unit. The Great Spine Chaos Beast could show up with literally anything. It's a Chaos Warhound that has grown to monster size, but there's nothing Nurgle about it. It's just a thing. I think Nurgle's missing guts on mortals. What do you mean guts? Oh, you mean like fat boys? I don't think you're gonna get fat boys. Because like the reason I don't think you saw fat boys in the game is because they would have had to design like specific unique skeletons and models to make the fat boys, because they would have been like unique. Outside, like, because they, you wouldn't want them to just be ogres. You'd want them to be like, if they're gonna do it, you want them to do it right. But I just don't think they're gonna do it. How could a big alligator bite a wall? Bro, alligators in our world can like crunch parts off of like metal boats. Alligators are fucking scary, dude. Knightly Order DLC? I think there's a very good chance you will get a Midland DLC that will have a mixture of wizard units and knightly orders with 1 or 2 like pure Midland units. What is the nicest, most polite bad guy in Warhammer? The most polite villain in Warhammer? Probably... That's a tough one. It would depend on the context. I think in like the wider context, funny enough, probably Throg. Throg is generally very polite as long as you're polite back, like you behave. Like if you're just a dick and you just attack him immediately, then obviously he's gonna like Hulk rage on you. But like Throg is noted for like being pretty chill with people. Like he's still gonna kill you, maybe, but like if you give him an entertaining conversation, he'll let you go. Like canonically, he'll let people go. If they're entertaining enough. Normally he'll eat you, but if you're like particularly interesting, then there's a chance he'll let you go. He's often genuine. He doesn't get to talk to many people, so Throg's kind of one of those characters that's like so crushingly lonely and just wants to chat to somebody. Like he just wants somebody to talk to that's intelligent. Like that is far more fulfilling to him than just eating you. But you have to be like a good conversationalist and have interesting things to talk to him about. If you're like a fucking idiot, then he's just gonna kill you. Reiksguard on foot? I don't think you're going to see that. I think you can get Tutikengard on foot. I don't think you're going to get Reiksguard on foot, though, unless they have to just fill an empty slot. But, like, ideally, you'd be looking at a DLC of, like, let's say they do a Midland DLC, right? So let's say you get R. Ulrich as a legendary lord, and you get, like, the Grand Master as your generic lord. Then you get, like let's just say Ludwig Schwarzhelm as the DLC hero, the legendary hero. And then for the generic hero, you get the Priest of Ulrich, so the Wolf Priest of Ulrich. And then for the units, you get White Wolves, which are the cavalry guys with the cavalry hammer. So you get the White Wolves of Ulrich. You get the Tutikengard, which are the super badass Ulrichans on foot. You get the Celestial Hurricanum. You get the Knights Panther. And then you could get like Reiksguard on foot or Wolfkin or something like that. So like I could hypothetically see the argument for Reiksguard on foot as maybe like the 5th unit for that if they continue doing like 5 units. The Nemesis Crown. Oh, that's unfortunate. He didn't run away. He's just sitting there menacingly. Well, that's not good. I'm not gonna be able to heal. Oh wait, can I send can I send aid? No, I can't send aid to Helmgart. Damn it. I think they're dead, Jim. I don't think there's anything we can do to save them. The best thing I think we can honestly do in this case is just try to get the defenses of Ubersreich and Eilhart ready. You can shoot him to death with your archers? I don't think I'm gonna have that many archers left, dude. Oh, okay, no, okay, you're okay, maybe. Okay, maybe. There's a chance. There's a chance.
I will do anything for Sigmar.
Replace the Lord with a full health Lord? Well, that's just cheating. That's just cheating, chat. Where's the sport in that? Why not attack him? Yeah, we could try attacking him. I feel like Grom's just gonna curb stomp us, though. Are the Wood Elves at war with him? Oh, I don't know. I'll check. Lord Mazdamundi. Ed Mega, thank you for the super chat. Games Workshop has said those units exist in fantasy. Yeah, well, Games Workshop lies and changes their opinion all the time. And I'll put it this way. The moment that Games Workshop came out of the woodwork, out of like left field, and said, no, you cannot have beaks on Zongors because that's AOS only. Despite the fact that Zongors are like a well-established concept, like that exist in Warhammer, and beaked Zongors is like not a new concept to Warhammer. The second they did that, hey Mercy, thanks so much for the raid. How you doing, dude? How's your stream? The second Games Workshop pulled that card and like threw it in everybody's face was, in my opinion, the second they indicated they're not going to do end time stuff. Because the problem is when Games Workshop originally said that statement of, oh yeah, no, like, haha, like, end times units are allowed. That was Games Workshop before current. The thing about modern GW that we have right now, is that GW that we have right now are deliberately trying to draw as many lines between AOS and fantasy as possible. Where they are basically like sitting in a room and saying, okay, this counts as fantasy and this doesn't. This counts as fantasy and this doesn't. And they're just doing that over and over and over and over again. So you have someone on the AOS team who is looking at Total War and saying, no, they can't use Putrid Blight Kings or any of that stuff because those are Age of Sigmar Nurgle things. Like, they're not allowed to use that because that's AOS. Like, those are Maggotkin of Nurgle units. Those are not Warhammer Fantasy units. Which you may go, well, that's super dumb. I don't agree with that. And I agree. It is super duper dumb. But that's what they're doing. And Mercy, thank you again so much for the raid, by the way. Like, y'all are... I appreciate that you're like, but Games Workshop said X, but you have to understand, Games Workshop is so inconsistent. Like, they are wildly bizarre in how they make decisions, and they're gonna, the more you get to know them, the more you're probably gonna come to hate them at times, because a lot of the things that they will do just don't make any goddamn sense from a business perspective, because the way they do business is just frankly asinine. Where, like, you also have the issue of that Games Workshop is also doing shit, like, they look at the old world and they are saying quite literally, well, okay, there are things in the old world that make sense for the old world, but will not make sense for the Total War games. So like the era of Karl Franz. Like the Tomb King Dragon, I would love to get the Tomb King Dragon in Total War Warhammer. But I honestly feel like, where are you going? I honestly feel, whoa, this is new. I have never seen them do this before. How interesting. Y'all wanna dock maybe? Pick a spot? It's super funny. They're like Roombas. I've never seen them do this before. This is super funny to me. There they go. I've literally never seen that. That was really funny. Like, I would not be shocked for Games Workshop with the way they're currently acting to come out and say, no, you can't use the Necrolith Bone Dragon because that is a old world unit. That is not a Warhammer Fantasy unit. Because that is the level of, like, petty, asinine bullshit that they do as a company. And it's wild. It sucks. I hate it. I think it's bad, but that's just what they do. Oh, that was not the spell I wanted. I wanted to cast this spell. Good job, lads. Cavalry! I'm gonna go pop that sorcerer.
Standing by. Swordsman! Sir! Sigmar! This is my command! Emperor's might! Sigmar calls!
Get our war wagons up on the high ground if we can. And let's have the archers climb up where it's safe.
Get up there! Ready for war! Understood?
See if we can awaken to the wood some of these guys off the wall. A couple of them.
To me, men! For the Emperor!
Alright, tell the war wagons to start running over shit. Come on, lads!
By Ulrich's wrath!
Crossbows to the wall!
Shields up! Form a ring of steel! Charge!
Another raid? What the heck?
Raid clan master.
That's a lot of raids in one day.
Defend
Velinorian. Thank you very, hopefully I said that right. Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. Bots, if we can make sure to do a shout out for them and Mercy. Hopefully we did a shout out for Mercy, but hopefully we'll do both. Make sure we get those shout outs, please. Which mods? I'd love a Total War AOS. Me too. I'm very excited for the idea of a Total War Age of Sigmar. Granted, I don't want to see it for like 10 years. But I'm very excited for the possibility of it happening at some point. Ooh, my war wagons did not have a good time there. Whoops. Oh, this one's okay. Over this way. Okay, goblin's dead. Let's go kill these orcs. Send up more guys. Let's get damage reflection on our knights. So anybody that hits them will take damage back, which is really, really good when there's one unit that's just getting wailed on, especially when it's trolls. chase down this fleeing unit.
Sigmar commands.
Great swords to the ground.
The Empire endures!
Franz is bonking people.
By Ulrich's wrath.
Battle wizards!
Alright.
It shall
You hop up there, y'all hop up there. Okay, good. We're clear on this side.
Go!
Let's go!
Weapons at the ready.
Archers, take the walls.
For the Emperor.
Crossbows ready, General!
Nice. Mortars cleared the walls off very nicely.
Moving faster! Formation, march!
Moving now. I speak, you act.
the Empire!
Looking good, looking good.
Halberdiers.
Yeah, getting the walls cleared off is the big one.
We are Sigmar's heirs!
I'm gonna go
For
pop
Helden
those pump wagons.
Sir, obey. Wah!
By God!
Wow. Who in my army is wine? Who's the traitor? There's clearly a greenskin masquerading as one of my soldiers. Who was that?
By Ulrich's wrath!
There's a traitor in our ranks. I don't know who he is, but he's blending in very well. What's my thought on the 5.0 reworks? This is easily, I think, the best patch for Warhammer 3. This is a big deal patch. That's really solid and brings a lot of much needed things to the game.
Captain of the Empire.
Sigmar calls!
Let's get damage reflection on Franz since he's a little surrounded at the moment.
Ready for war. Now.
So we can get our mortars to fire in on the archers.
Soldiers of the Empire.
What's going on back here?
Talon's revenge!
Okay, they're running away.
For Altdorf!
Oh, is that army losses? There we go.
We are Sigmar.
Excellent work, lads. All right, let's get our single entities together and get some last minute heals. Do I know if the Hun units from the Empire and Dwarves have new animations for reloading? No, I don't. I could try to check. I know some of the... I do know that some of the new units have reload animations. I don't know if any of the older units have reload animations.
Karl Franz!
I mean, your crossbows do. Crossbows have reload animations.
Halberdiers.
Dyrad calls!
I don't know about, like, guns, though. Are the state troops single ROR types? Oh, no. The state troops, you can get a ton of them. I think there's a limit of how many you can have per army. But you can have like a ton of them. There's no limit to how many you can have in your faction. There's just a limit to how many you can have per army. But you get a whole bunch of them. Oh, I'm only at 2 times speed. Let's get 4 times speed. We're just gonna keep topping Franz off. Did I see the new Grombrindle mini? I did. The new Grombrindle model from Games Workshop. That is a gorgeous model. I am very upset that it's not just like an official Grombrindle for Age of Sigmar, and instead it's like an exclusive White Dwarf model. Like, I'm gonna buy it because it's so fucking beautiful, but I'm really sad that it's not just like a part of a new dwarf book. Because like they've really been building up Grombrindle as kind of like the new king of the Dwarden. And I would really like that to be the thing. So that'd be cool. I don't know if they're gonna bother doing it, but it would be nice. I think we got one more Earthblood in us. Yep. Very nice. Did Lore of Life get a visual update? Yes. Yes. The Lore of Life did get a visual update. For the Prince and the Emperor, wah, I say. Thank you for the 32 months, Ignis. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Would White Dwarf 500 be worth taking? I don't know what's in it yet. They haven't revealed what's in it, but like there's a pretty big interesting theory right now that White Dwarf 500 is gonna have Joseph Bugman for Total War Warhammer in it. I don't know if that's true, but Games Workshop said they're gonna start revealing what's in the book next week. So you know, I don't know about y'all, but I will be paying close attention to the Warhammer community page over the next week. Oh, Lord Masmani, I'm so sorry, dude. You didn't need to do that again. What would I want alongside Dakala and Slaanesh for their DLC? I think for me, okay, so I can run here and still be healing. Yay, we got Deathclaw, huzzah! I think the big things for me would be, I would want,
Protector of the weak.
the elves are not at war with the goblins. Oh, but I could just walk out and kill them. Bonk. Huzzah!
Arch-Lector.
It came down to the goddamn wire, but Grom the Paunch has been squished. Praise be.
I am Prince and Emperor.
So I would do, for Dakala, I would do Dakala as the Legendary Lord. I would do the Mask as a free LC Legendary Lord. I would do Steercar as the Legendary Hero, which Steercar is one of the Lieutenants of Archaon, and he's got a really, really cool model. If you look him up, it's STYRKAR, I think. It might be AAR, but it's something close to that. And Steercar rides on what I affectionately refer to as the Boob Snake, which is it's basically a demonic steed of Slaanesh, but I imagine they'll come up with some kind of fancy name for it. So you get Steercar, whose whole thing is that he rides on a Boob Snake, and so he's got like the big monstrous mount thing, and he's like a super scary fighter. And then for the units, for the Lord, the Lord and Hero are easy, because for the Lord, you do the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Slaanesh, and for the Hero, you do the Chaos, the Exalted Hero of Slaanesh, so that's easy. Then for the units, I would do the Basilisk, because I think the Basilisk actually synergizes quite well with Slaanesh, where it's this creepy, serpent-like, 8-legged creature that... So the whole concept behind the Basilisk is that, thanks to the update we got from the Monstrous Arcanum, the Basilisk does not do what most people think it does, where it doesn't petrify you. Petrification is the cockatrice. What the Basilisk does is that it is a creature that has so much it has so much malice, so much it despises everything about everything around it so much that it has what's called the Maleficent Gaze, where it literally looks at you, and if it looks at you, your body just starts to like melt. Like you basically burn. Here, let me actually read you the description because it's so fun. And to me it comes off as Slaaneshi enough. The alternative creature I could see would maybe be like the Praeton, because it's also like a perversion of something beautiful. But the Basilisk, I think really speaks nicely to the concept of the inner corruption that Slaanesh stands for. And of course, the Beastmen and the Warriors of Chaos should also get access to the Basilisk. But allow me to tell you a little bit about the Basilisk and what kind of cool shit it does. So it's this big serpentine thing, right? So it says, so listen to this. Found in the most treacherous regions of the Warhammer world, from the blood-spined mountains of the unknown Southlands to the gray peaks that shoulder the Empire, basilisks are creatures so inimical to life that they poison the very ground they walk upon. They are a living blight that could swiftly reduce an area to ruinous wasteland, decimating crops and slaughtering livestock with venom that suffuses both their body and spirit. Despite their might, basilisks are a reclusive menace, preferring to skulk in the cover of forests and hills, allowing their noxious presence to poison and kill their prey from afar before appearing to feed. Their huge bodies are covered by brightly colored scales, from the membranous fins upon their heads to the tip of their long tail, a warning of their venomous nature. They prowl about on 8 reptilian legs and move so swiftly that they were able to run down and kill even the quickest prey. So they're very, very fast. They're all about having like poison and venom, which is a major aspect of Slaanesh stuff with like debuffs and all those things. Then, in dense terrain, they rely on their poisonous aura to clear foliage that might otherwise obstruct their charge, whilst their long claws finish off prey weakened by the poison they exude. So powerful is the venom that infuses the basilisk's very being, in fact, that when brought to bay by hunters and struck, it will corrupt and destroy the blades set against them. So they're literally able to cause, like, so, you know, weapons that strike them are, like, tainted by the venom in them, which is cool. The most potent weapon in the Basilisk's arsenal is their deadly gaze. Renowned in folklore across the old world for its lethal nature, the Basilisk's sickly pale eyes are able to focus the destructive potential of their poisonous soul, withering their prey until the skin and flesh slough away. It is the dark renown of the Basilisk's gaze that ensures that when a great storm of magic descends, and yeah, okay, whatever. So here you have the 2 major abilities. So you have the Aura of Vitriol. The Basilisk's aura taints anything that draws near, destroying weapons and killing men. Its deadly power increasing with exposure. So it's like a corrupting influence, which is very cool. And this gives it stuff like, essentially, it is very, very good at cutting through armor, and stuff like that. And then you have the Maleficent Gaze. The Basilisk focuses its dark malice upon a single target. Its gaze blistering skin and metal and flaying the target alive through sheer tainted power. Gross. Yeah. Like, you when you're rolling for it, it's like, oh, if you get this result, the target's skin is blistered and burned by the Basilisk. And the ultimate result is the target's body is reduced to a steaming pile of polluted flesh. It dies. It has an insta-kill attack, which is gross. So, like, I think that would make for a really fun creature. So you get the Basilisk, you get the Boob Snake Riders, so you have your Rot Beast Knights for Nurgle, the Skull Crushers of Khorne for Khorne, the Doom Knights for Tzeentch, and then you get whatever the Boob Knights are called. So you have the big Boob Snakes with Riders of Slaanesh on them. So that's your second unit. For your third unit, you get Slongors. Slongors are cool. For the fourth unit, I would say Anointed of Slaanesh. So the Anointed of Slaanesh, for those that don't know, are elves. Technically dark elves, but they are dark elves who they have basically allowed the souls of demons into their bodies, and it horrifically enhances their abilities. And they're not outwardly necessarily mutated. Like, they very rarely have mutations. Some do, but a lot of don't. But they're like terrifyingly powerful. So I would make them like a unit of, I would treat them like a unit of anointed champions. So there's only like 12 of them or 6 of them or whatever, but there's only like a tiny squad of them. But they're like elves infected with demons, and they're like super crazy fucking powerful and super nasty. And then because you do that, you also add that unit to Marathi's roster. So you add that unit to Marathi's roster. And for anyone that's like, what the fuck is that unit he's talking about? It's from the Storm of Chaos roster for Morathi, for the Cult of Pleasure. Here, let me read your, and then I would probably do, I'd probably just do like another Slaanesh. Like you could do Pleasure Seekers for Slaanesh, which are demonettes riding the boob snakes, or you could do, what are they called? You could also do the, like the Chariot of Slaanesh, which, I mean, I feel like Slaanesh has enough chariots. So yeah, you could probably do like the Pleasure Seekers and the mortal version. So that would be 5. So I think that'd be pretty good. Is the Dreadmaw Slaanesh? No! No! Damn it, no! No! No, I say! The Dreadmaw canonically belongs to the Naga of Koresh. So don't you fucking dare put that in the Slaanesh roster. That is canonically a Koresh unit. And if anyone tries to put it in Slaanesh, I will hurt them. Don't you fucking touch it. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Anyway, back to what I was looking up. Where's my damn pleasure elves? Here we go. Druchii Anointed. Here we go. So this is the unit I would recommend. The Druchii Anointed. In the long distant past, at the time of the Sundering, many elves under the influence of Morathi turned to the worship of Slaanesh. As catastrophic civil war erupted, some favored warriors who had dedicated their souls to the Dark Prince were gifted with fell unnatural powers. These powers grew as the centuries passed, and the elves who backed Morathi and her son left their homelands, founding a new world for themselves across the seas, Nagaroth. When the cult was outlawed in favor of the worship of Cain, these favorites of Slaanesh hid themselves away from prying eyes. Some journeyed far to the north, there to meet battle with the denizens of the realms of chaos, and experience every sensation possible. As passing centuries turned to passing millennia, the numbers of these now supremely powerful beings known as the Anointed dwindled, so that only a handful remained. Unlike lesser beings, elves are resistant to the physically mutating taint of chaos, yet over so many years of exposure, the touch of chaos began to affect them in other ways. Overloaded with sensations and craving more, their pupils dilated to such an extent that their eyes appeared as a complete blackness. The skin of some of the Anointed turned translucent and blue-tinged. Others, their flesh turned ebony. They exude terrifying strength and are capable of unnatural feats of demonic power. Now that Morathi has reawakened the cult of Slaanesh, the Anointed have returned. So I think that would make for a good, like, super unit for Slaanesh that's also available to Morathi. That's perfect in my opinion. All right, good job, Otto Schwarzhelm. You held the line against Grom. I'm proud. I'm so proud. And Charleston, thank you very much for the super chat. So that is my recommended Slaanesh thing. I'll make a video for that soon. There's a Skaven thing in Altdorf. Oh no, that's a trickster cult. There's a trickster cult in Altdorf. All right, we've almost got Ulrika. Oh no, it is Skaven. Oh, I can't afford to get rid of them. The Rat Catchers Guild's fees are too high.
Not while I reign.
Goodbye, goblins. I'm gonna sack it so I can afford to get rid of our rat problem, and then I'll hand it off to Boris next turn. Alright, let's get Logistician. Our captain can get... Let's get really good melee defense.
Yotam 9 Sheared.
Regrowth!
Aren't anointed lords / heroes?
They are in the original roster. In the original roster, they're lords. But I think in order to fit them into the game, and to make them something that kind of stands out and is fun and unique, you should make them into an elite unit instead. Would be my recommendation.
Sigmar lightens my steps.
Just go sit in ambush stance like a good boy for a bit. Alright, and I want to save up to 2,500. That way we can get the tech, and we can go ahead and burn this out. damn it! What did I just do? Cancel that. Burn that out. Okay. Yeah, I do not want an Under Altdorf. Under Altdorf may be canonical, but not in this house. Or not in this campaign. Do you think we'll have an Age of Sigmar Total War? I think there is a very high likelihood of it, because I think Games Workshop and Creative Assembly have formed a very mutually beneficial relationship. And they will seek to continue that relationship as long as they can. Which means as long as they are making money and they can tolerate one another. So, I feel like Total War Warhammer 3's probably got like a good 5 to 7 years left in it. Maybe even, though maybe longer if things go like really, really well. I will arrange a state gift. I think that Total War Warhammer 40,000 is inevitable. I think it's already being made as we're sitting here talking. And is probably going to come out in the next 2 to 3 years. However, I don't think the creation of 40K is going to mean that they're going to stop supporting fantasy. I don't think that's how it's going to work. I could be wrong, but that is my thoughts on the subject. Why does Games Workshop hate its fan base? Wish I could tell you, man. I wish I knew. Games Workshop, the best way I can describe it. So there is a YouTuber. Hold on. There's a YouTuber who once worked for GW. Who has a video out fairly recently. Nope, that's not it. Oh, fuck, what's his? God damn it! I was literally just in his Twitch chat like less than a few hours ago. Shit, I can't remember. Hold on. I'll know it when I see it. I'll know it when I see it. It's on here somewhere. Too many goddamn VTubers. Honest Wargamer. Honest Wargamer. The Honest Wargamer. So he did a video called Games Workshop Civil War Explained. Here, I'll even link it in the chat. So this video does like I think he's far too nice in how he talks about it. I'm going to do a video on it once all the Total War stuff dies down, and I'm going to be much less nice. He talks about it pretty well in that video, kind of explaining what's going on with Games Workshop and why they do the things they do. So I would recommend watching that video if you want to try and understand. But like the main gist is that Games Workshop likes to think of themselves and they like to act like they are a mom and pop company that has a lot of really stupid shit going on. They like to do really, they argue about really silly things. They make really dumb decisions. They refuse to expand their company. Oh god, what does Tree Hitler want? Okay, he wants peace. Oof. Sure.
Sotban RBZ King.
Hey, thank you so much, Blue Tiger, for the 10 months. I really appreciate that. Thanks so much. So like, it's just Games Workshop, I think mostly suffers from an issue of you got way too many people who are not well keyed in to their community, and they like to act like they are not a multi-million-dollar company that has just obscene amounts of wealth, and they want to act like they're still like a little mom and pop company, and they're not. You know, they're one of the largest goddamn gaming companies in the world at this point. So it's a mess. I wouldn't call it megalomania. It's more of just like sheer stupid stubbornness. But like, honest to goodness, and not trying to antagonize people, like, it's just my opinion. I would be beyond shocked if you got the Glotkin in Total War Warhammer. I think if you want the Glotkin, you will have to wait until Total War AOS. You know, I'd be happy to be wrong on that, but that is my genuine, honest opinion. Let's get mass-produced arms fire. I can go back to Altdorf, and I can recruit some not garbage units. Oh, look at all these, like, high-tier units I can get now. Oh, God, yeah, no more mortars. Get rid of the mortars. I can get cannons. I can get Reichsguard. No guns though right now. Take great swords.
Awesome Line Saurus cheered. X100. Would it be a good idea to get the new narrator in TWW to make some short intro voice for lords in the beginning? Something simple like Beliger, Lord of the blah blah, much unite his people and take back his hold. I miss that.
I mean, theoretically, they could do something like that. I could tell you from, like, sitting in on, like, little meetings about it, that the reason Creative Assembly got rid of, like, the really, like, fancy intros and all that jazz was quite, like, just very bluntly, because they wanted to... They were looking more into the future and were realizing that, hey, there's a good chance that we're really going to want to like change a lot of start positions and make more adjustments as the map continues to expand and we continue to add more characters. And with the knowledge that they were going to be, like, pretty heavily continuing to expand the game and that there was going to be, like, a lot more additions and all this other stuff, they came to the decision that it would be much better for all of those characters to not have those, like, really specific intros, because if they have all those really specific intros, you know, they have to, like, run around and if they want to add a new character into the game or, like, move a start position or do something, they would have to go back in and, like, re-record or fix that whole thing. That being said, Awesome Lionsaurus, I do think that you are correct that they could do something a little more general as far as, like, oh, this is so-and-so and, like, here's their overall objective. Yeah, they could do something like that. I don't think that would be outside the realm of possibility, though it would probably be kind of a nightmare to do at this point, to be frank, because they'd have to bring in that poor bastard to record, like almost 100 characters worth of dialogue, which is a lot. Like, that's a lot of talking. But, you know, it could be something cool to, like, maybe do, you know, kind of as they go into the future and stuff. I would not say it's impossible by any means. Do I want more Reichsguard than that? I think 2's okay for the moment.
Saw people complaining about Gelt getting access to Cataclysm spells when Mazda/Tekla etc. don't. I found it funny because the Metal Cataclysm spell is literally based on the spell Gelt cast at the slaughter at 6 spikes.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the... There's an unfortunate thing that I don't personally agree with, where a lot of folks are like, oh, well, this faction shouldn't be allowed to have this fun idea because from a lore standpoint, like, this other guy's is like way more powerful or way better, so he should have access to this gimmick but not these other guys. And it's kind of like, you know, maybe one day in the future they could do something similar. You know, I think that's a reasonable thing to be like, oh, you know, that could be a cool idea to maybe explore with these later factions. but like I don't think it's something that should be like, oh, we demand that like all of the like anything that Gelt gets, Teclis and Mazdamundi should get. Like, it's fine. Like, I think it's perfectly fine for some of the factions to have gimmicks that theoretically would make sense for other characters, but they don't have them. Because, you know, there's no saying they won't do that in the future. You know, I could see the idea that they might approach Teclis later and do, like, a White Tower of Hoeth mechanic, where they use a system similar to Colleges of Magic, where he's able to get access to Cataclysm spells. And same thing for, like, the Slaawn. But, like, I don't think the right way to go about it is to look at it and go, wow, this is terrible, because this should be this other character's thing, not this character thing. It's like, okay, we can only do so much at a time, so how about we just fucking enjoy the new toys we're getting and not bitch and moan before we've even gotten to have our hands on them for more than like 5 fucking seconds. Like, none of y'all that are complaining about this have even gotten to play with it yet. So how about you just like shut up and just chill for a bit, wait till you get to play it, have fun with it, play around with a few weeks, few months maybe, and be like, okay, now that I've played around with this mechanic and I've had an opportunity to explore it and I have a good feel for it, I think it'd be cool if we worked on getting a similar result on like Mazdamundi and Teclis, and I would recommend doing it through XYZ method. Like, good lord. We got time, man. We got time. Everyone's always in a fucking rush.
Yotam 9 shared. X100. The reason it was so weird to me is that the Metal Cataclysm spell is literally a Gelt spell in the lore. He cast it at Slaughter at 6 spikes. If anyone should have special access to it, it's him.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, but at the same time, it's also just the special metal spell that everybody gets access to if you roll the Wind of Metal and the little, you know, special movie thing, or the Realms of Chaos. I will say, though, one thing that I will loudly and annoyingly advocate for is when the goddamn hell are they gonna add the Realms of Chaos? So, okay, like, look at this map, guys. Look at this map. Look at all this fucking empty space. Look at all of this space that's just empty. Like, how about we expand the Chaos Wastes up here so we can make the Eastern Plains, or the Eastern Steppes, actually, like, large, like they're supposed to be. So you make the Eastern Steppes, like, a really large area here, and then you move the Chaos Wastes up here, and then you expand these Chaos Wastes to make sure they're all level across here, and then you just add the 4 Chaos Realms along the top. So you put, like, Slaanesh over here, and Tzeentch over here, and Nurgle over here, and Khorne over here. And you just add, like, a gimmick where, like, every, like, I don't know, a certain amount of turns, little gateways open up, and you can run over and jump into one of the portals, and you can go to one of the realms, and you can do an epic fight there, and you get, like, a bunch of cool shit. Don't add the Realms of Chaos, they're awful. Shut up, Boot! If you don't want to use the Realms of Chaos, if you want to ignore them, fine. Just don't go there. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean it shouldn't be there for the people that do like it. Shut up! Quit yucking my yum.
God 2021 donated $5. When are they gonna give us a goddamn save button for camera settings?
Never. Never. We're apparently not worthy.
Awesome line Saurus cheered. X100. I think some of the old LL casters could use some spell intensity adjustment to make them feel stronger. But to be clear, I am super hyped for rework, and if the DLC is as good as it looks, I'll
You
be buying
made
multiple
Boot cry.
DLCs to support.
I don't care. Why does Teclis have a phoenix? Because someone at CA goofed. That's why. And I can tell you it was a goof because I have had that specific dev and Rich Aldridge apologize to me personally for Teclis having an arcane phoenix. I have had those. I have had personal apologies about that incident. But it's already in the game, so whatever. Didn't the Realms of Chaos cause slowdown when adding to the IE map make it unplayable? I don't think so. At least not nowadays. Arcane Felix, sorry. Arcane Phoenix. Sotek hates fun? Yeah, absolutely. Fro Megman. Frog Megman. Frog. Who would you rather have watching your back in a bar brawl that looks bad? Karl Franz or Lewin Leoncoeur, and why? I would say a bar brawl that looks like it's going bad. I mean, I would probably say Lewin Leoncoeur because, to be frank, Lewin Leoncoeur is like a genuine 100% superhuman. Like, he's like basically fucking an immortal borderline demigod with a healing factor that is absolutely insane. Like, the dude bleeds light and his body puts itself back together at a genuinely shocking rate. So he's also like super fucking chivalrous and kind-hearted and genuine and awesome. So I feel like he would do a good job trying to de-escalate.
If you don't like the Phoenix, just don't put him on it. Don't remove something someone else wants. Rura, I'm just joking.
No, I agree though. No,
I don't like Techless on Phoenix either. E equals B.
Awesome Lionsaurus, I agree. Now that it's in the game, I agree they should not remove it because it's already in the game. And I don't think they should remove content. I am always very anti-remove content. Once it's in the game, it's in the game. You know, Dunzo, Bunzo, whatever. You know what? I'm gonna leave a halberd with my cannons just in case, because I can't remember how this quest battle works. I just remember there's like a bunch of annoying shit. Just remove the Realms of Chaos. Well, I mean, many heroes of the old world have been trying to do that for eons. Hasn't worked out yet. And let's leave behind some great swords as well. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go bonk some vampire ladies. I'm gonna give them the G, the Galmaraz. And let's let them come to us, boys. Nice to play. No, they don't have magic damage. Damn it. Ooh, Franz is whooping her ass. You love to see it. Any of y'all have magic attacks? You do. Okay, that's one down. Forward! Mind the ghosts. I'll let y'all handle that. Okay, let's get our captain to go squash the Banshee, because that's going to turn into a problem. Okay, I am going to go bonk the Hex Race. And we're going to save up enough magic to get a regrowth off. Oh god, it hurts. Ah!
Erisisa cheered. X100. Maybe have a Chaos Gate open for 100% corruption or at specific locations.
Yeah, something like that. Like, I don't need, like, obviously you don't want the Chaos Portals to become, like, super annoying. Though I don't think they're actually that annoying anymore in the modern game, because, like, if you build the if you build the whatever you call it, the portal thingies, or the anti-Skaven building. The anti-Skaven building just like makes it where portals don't show up anymore. So like I guess you could just recycle that and that would work fine. There we go, regrowth.
We are Sigmar's heirs! Ready for war! We serve Franz!
Bro, you are struggling against that Banshee.
Ready for war!
Oh, ghouls, my favorite.
Last moment! Sigmar calls!
Sage wizard!
Go! Missile infantry!
Ghost hurt.
By Ulrich's wrath!
Okay, vampire's dead. Now I just gotta bonk the Banshee. Come here, you wailing bitch.
My subjects
I'll give you something to cry about.
Yes!
I will not stand idle!
Bonk.
My rule is absolute! Reichsguard! For Heldenhammer! Great cannon! Cannons! Fire! Attack! To battle!
Okay, I gotta go. I gotta go deal with those cannon rates.
March!
Quickly! Now! It shall be!
To battle! Charge! By Garbaras! By Ulrich's wrath! Sigmar calls!
They're just having a field day bullying my poor lads out there.
No lingering! Ivarina, listen! General! Formation march!
Let's get rid of these ghouls.
We are ready! Now we strike!
Good.
Swiftly!
Get off some last minute heals.
By Golmaraz!
Great cannon! Ready for war! Reichsguard knights!
Excuse me. Castrata, thank you so much for the gift sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. And Erica, thank you again for the bits. Also, Awesome Lionsaurus, thank you for the bits. I think one of the old legendary lorecasters could use some I think they're building up to spell intensity adjustments. So here, if I pause here. One of the things you'll notice is that they've added spell mastery in as a basic thing for every single wizard in the game. So every wizard in the game starts off with 100% spell mastery, meaning that they do like normal damage or normal efficiency, to indicate that spell mastery probably has a much higher chance of going up from various sources. So like if it's at 150%, that means that you're 50% more powerful. If it's at 200%, then you're 100% more powerful, etc. But they've added it to all wizards in the game, which kind of makes me think that spell mastery might become more common, which I think would be a good thing. I think that'd be nice, but we'll have to wait and see. That said, Dark Elves, all lords of magic went. Yeah, we're still missing several winds of magic for the Wood Elves, the Dark Elves, and the Ogre Kingdoms. They are the factions that are all missing magic still. Do I think we'll see a Kurt Helborg Legendary Lord with Grandmasters? Potentially, yes. I think it is probably more likely that you would see R. Ulrich getting a DLC than Kurt Helborg. I think Kurt Helborg might show up as like a free LC, to be honest. All right, let's get our casualty replenishment like really maxed out. That way our guys, when they get damaged, don't just stay like dead forever. Okay, we're almost ready to go get Gotrek and Felix, but the Gotrek and Felix quest is a bitch. It is so goddamn hard. So we definitely want to make sure our army is in like tip-top shape before we run off and go do that fight, because it is it will beat your ass, like unironically. I'm hoping they're gonna tone it down a little bit in like 5.1, because in this build it is a nasty quest battle. It's like one of the hardest quest battles in the game. Realm of Chaos will make a good in-game crisis. I agree, Charleston. Yeah, that would be really cool. Yeah, an in-game crisis where it's just like one of the day. I think that'd be really good for like each of the different powers. Like they get their portals and then they get like a bonus gimmick. So like Nurgle's like he gets portals, and there's also like diseases spreading all over the place, and like Korn is like he gets portals, and like you take the portals and then add an additional gimmick. All right, we need one more turn of healing, and then we can go do this.
I am Franz. They will obey.
They will obey.
True servant of Sigmar.
You just keep hanging out and hopefully getting your ambuscator talent, please. We'll get Gotrek and Felix because they combo really nicely with an Arc Collector. Rubber Rezar Orc. What lore character would I want to get a hug from? The Sisters of Twilight. For completely innocent reasons. Yep. Absolutely innocent. Definitely no secondary motives there at all. No, sir.
As is my right by Sigmar's crown.
Alright, let's go save Gotrek and Felix. Oh boy. I want this on front. So this quest is very hard because you have to keep Gotrek and Felix alive, and they will do everything in their power to suicide themselves. But this is fun though. So this is a reference to the original Gotrek and Felix story, which is about Geheimnisnacht. So this is Geheimnisnacht, except for it's running under the premise that Gotrek and Felix stop a group of cultists, but instead of just stopping the cultists, they stop the ritual, but they accidentally get sucked into the realm of Slaanesh.
Mystery thins the veil between worlds. Slaanesh enacts his vengeance, dragging enemies from across the mortal world into his dark realm. Among the captured, the rogues Gotrek and Felix
Yotam 9 shared. X100. Just realized the Empire Knights landmark building affects Knights of the Everlasting Light and the Stubborn Bulls. Add Volkmar's skill tree and trait buffs to Empire Knights and they can end up insane.
So the gimmick to this is there is an endless, genuinely endless number of demons being summoned, and we have to kill the heralds that keep summoning in more ladies, and until we kill them, it doesn't end. But luckily, I've got siege weapons this time. The first time I did this, I did not have siege weapons, and it was very unpleasant.
Another wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host.
Hey, Phoenix, thank you so much for the super chat, my dude. And I really appreciate it. And yeah, I will definitely make a video about that soon. Thank you for the sweet message. I really appreciate it. All right, soldiers, y'all are gonna go support Gotrek and Felix. Cavalry, you're gonna help me come around the side and start popping those pesky summons. We do have a pretty damn good army though, so we should be all right. Jade Wizard will keep over here to help with Gotrek and Felix. Captain, you're on horseback, right? Yeah, okay. All right, looks good. Let's get to work!
Great cannon! Drag that machine! Taking aim! Standing by! Ulrich's wrath on them!
We do need to make sure our cannons don't get torn apart, though.
Reichsguard Knights! Now! Formation march! The Empire endures! Great swords! Charge!
Pivot! Pivot!
We serve the Empire!
This looks good for dwellers below. So, like, look at that. Gotrek's already, like, half dead.
We are Sigmar's heirs!
Hey, ranged guys, can we kill that greater demon, please?
Pick your targets! Cavalry ready! Sir! Sigmar holds! Great swords!
Ooh. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Sigmar! See to it! This is my command! Our steeds are restless!
Okay, good.
Feel thy foe!
Ow!
Missile infantry! The Heldenhammer! Withdraw! Ready for war!
Okay, that's one down.
By Ulrich's wrath!
They're summoning witch elves? Ugh, assholes. They're summoning chaos warriors, too.
Ulrich's call!
Great!
Battle and blood await! Great swords! At speed! Fire friends!
Take out those chaos spawn.
Reichsguard Knights!
The sucky part is that this does not count as the realms of chaos. So I don't get, like, my usual buffs.
Battle wizards! Power of life!
Okay, Franz is fighting.
We are Sigmar's heirs!
Come on, bring her down, bring her down! Ooh, they're summoning big boys.
Loaded, sir! Shields up! Halberdiers! No lingering! We obey!
Okay, she's dead.
Hold off!
Knights, you have my position to run away. Okay, got one more left.
Stand idle! The Empire endures!
Into them!
Great swords!
Fiends hurt so bad.
Halberdiers!
Reform the line! Reform the line!
us! The Empire endures!
And cannons are still getting work in, so I do appreciate that.
Cannons!
So yeah, it starts by you fight Slanesh demons, and then it starts summoning dark elves, and then it starts summoning warriors, and then and just more demons. So like you're fighting like a ton of garbage all at once.
Withdraw! Very well! For the Emperor! No lingering!
Let the woods awaken!
Emperor's might! Take position!
Sage wizards!
Soldiers of the Empire!
Franz is just soloing everything over there.
Take aim! Ready! Sigmar
Die, damn it! Okay, all of the Alurises are dead. Woo! Alright. Inquisitor Thomas, thank you very much for the super chat. Imagine how trippy this quest battle is from Gotrek and Felix perspective if you choose to play Cathay like you expect to die only for dragons to suddenly show up and save you. Yeah, and canonically, Gotrek would get... Thank you very much for the generous super chat, by the way. But they'd also get... Gotrek would get super butthurt about you saving him, too. He would be... he'd be so upset. So upset. You're like, how dare you steal my doom from me?
How we overcame such odds.
I'm sure I can articulate something.
Let's get some alieners after that ruckus. Pick up the pace. I command here.
Huh.
Sit a while and listen.
I don't know where Gotrek is.
In the name of Magnus.
Interesting.
I am Prince and Emperor.
Hopefully it didn't bug. The last time I did it, it worked fine. So that is quite interesting. I guess we'll find out in a minute.
I can't
right now, come over here.
Aragorn is yours.
Gotrek! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to steal your doom. Don't be mad at me. Please come back.
Is it time?
Pretty please.
Champion of the faith.
No, Gotrek didn't die, no. If he had died, the quest would have failed.
Forward in his name.
Curious if he'll just like randomly spawn or like, because I've done this before and it worked fine. So
I will hear what you have to say.
sure, yeah, we can be friends.
A satisfactory conclusion.
It's gonna be really funny if Gotrek just didn't show up. Report the bug. Yeah, I will report it as a bug. Huh. No Gotrek. Well, ain't that something? Huh. Well then. So let's do... Can I rename this? Or do I have to? I think I have to do it in a different file. Huh. Interesting. So... That's definitely not desirable. It's a known bug. Okay, that's good. Actually, I bet if I go into this file, I would see it.
More like Gotrek.
Let me see if I can see. Oh, here it is. Okay, yeah, it's a known bug. I don't know if they're going to be able to fix it by 5.0. It might be fixed in 5.1. But it is a known bug. That's interesting. So I played a campaign with... Oh shit, who was I playing? I played an Elspeth campaign, and I was able to spawn Gotrek and Felix. I'm wondering what causes it.
Bring me to my men.
Huh. That's super interesting. Or like Gontrek? Yeah, exactly. Litzlord Chris, by the way, thank you very much for the 5 months. I really appreciate that. Kill the demons for Sigmar? Absolutely. Might have to do with the DLC being enabled. Could be. Yeah, that could be it. That would be interesting if that was the case. Bruckner versus Schwarzhelm, go. Schwarzhelm my money would be on Schwarzhelm because Schwarzhelm has significantly more experience and is said to be the best duelist in the Empire. Bruckner is undeniably larger and stronger than him, but it's fucking Ludwig Schwarzhelm. Ain't nobody touching the Lud. That's not a good name for him. Ain't nobody touching the Schwartz. There we go, that's better. Alright, well, no Gotrek, but we'll live. We got Felix at least, and to be honest, Felix is kind of the more important one because it gives you the healing.
What orders?
That's unfortunate, but that's okay.
Going forward.
Alright, so what we should do now... Kimmler is probably a faster thing to deal with.
I am Franz. They will obey.
So I think we're going to focus our efforts on taking back Marienburg. While Otto and Felix are just going to look pretty and kind of wander around for a minute. The Gotrek bug is because Gotrek counts as a Demon Slayer Lord. Well, no, he would not be a Demon Slayer Lord. He'd be a Dragon Slayer hero. Ah, you know what? You're correct. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's correct. I am 99% sure that's correct. Because Gotrek's skill tree...
All you survey are loyal to me, so
Gotrek's skill tree is based on the Demon Slayer hero skill tree. Like, it's the exact same skill tree. Or it's, like, super similar. So, I am betting quite a bit of moolah that it is because the DLC is not enabled. So, which will be unfortunate for people that don't buy the Dwarf DLC.
the Empire.
Yeah, I will mess around with that off stream. To see if I can recreate the situation and like turn the DLC on and it like magically works. Return to Elector? Pfft. Yeah, right. It's Marienburg. Marienburg is mine.
Ready. Summon the Elector Counts.
Oh, I got a lot of knights, so let's get the massive upkeep reduction for our knight units. And then I'll take Star Student. And now I can get... Oh no, I have to be back in this province to do it. Okay, we almost have big boy gates on all of our towns.
Servant of the faith.
Alright, why don't you stick an ambush stance over by Helmgart in case... Have you got Ambuscator? Oh, you got Ambuscator. Nice.
Sigmarite Arch-Lector.
Just hang out here. Oh, you need a wizard, don't you? Silly me. I feel like if we're gonna have an Arch-Lector army, that a light wizard would be the most appropriate. Or should it be a... No, yeah, let's do light wizard. That feels the most appropriate.
I serve no master, aiding the mundanes.
The mundanes? Rude. Calling us fucking muggles? What? What'd you just say? Is Garagrim a legendary hero like Croak, where he's simply a strong hero, or Satang? But all of the new legendary heroes are more like Satang. They're not like Croak. They're like Satang. I can't remember. Did I go in the settlement? I think I did, because this is gonna be fun. I like these big siege battles. These are enjoyable to me. Hugh, have a good one, my dude. It's good to see you. Glad you were able to drop by. Oh, my back.
Null_Captain_Hammond cheered. X100. Did you know that Karl Franz's favorite NASCAR team is the Talladega Nights?
The Talladega Nights. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. Turthu's manservant. Good to see you, my dude. Thank you for the 13 months. I appreciate it. Alright, we can have Felix. Felix needs to be near characters to get the healing. So I guess we'll have them stand by the gates. No Gotrek is sad face. So let's do that. Yeah, defending the walls is going to be much more important because they got a lot of lads. Lads. That can give us 2 halberdiers on the gate along with that. And then we want handgunners on either side of the gate. We can put a unit of crossbows in the center. And then we can put a unit of crossbows to either flank. I dig it. I dig it. Let her rip! Do we have big boy towers?
In the name of Sigmar.
Oh, yeah, we do. Big-ish. Bigly. Okay.
X100. Ludwig Schwartz helm killing Valkyr was such a badass moment in the end times. Perfect showcase of how his experience Wits and cool-headedness allows him to overcome significant differences in power/skill.
Yeah, I agree.
More moments like.
Was there more moments like that? Yeah. Yeah, that was one of the, that was a really good moment. It would suck so much to get attacked by a bat that's just like that much larger than you. Get rid of the bats. Oh, guys. Okay. Let's be a little careful with where we're putting our mortar shots, alright? Ooh, they're crawling up all over the goddamn place. Yeah, I don't like corpse carts. If we could, like, make those cease existing, that'd be cool. Get range of my buff. The Hammer of Sigmar! Oh, you're gonna come fight me, little bats? Bring it on. I'm fucking scared of little bats.
We are ready. Crank that machine. For Heldenhammer. It is against Sigmar's teachings.
You will hold the line, damn it!
Hand gunners.
I don't think we could draw a bead on him. What if we come over here?
Ring of steel. Missiles at the ready. The Empire
Can we see the direwolves?
all ranks fire. Hand gunners.
That looks like a negative. Bummer. Let's go. Where do I want to go? Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so the handgunners do not have reload animations. The people that were asking that.
I do not fear death.
I feel like that'd be kind of a discouraging thing to hear from the guy who you're like taking orders from, where he's like, "Ha! I don't give a shit about death," and it's like, I don't know, man. I feel like I'd feel more comfortable if you gave if you were at least a little afraid of death, because then, you know, I know you're not gonna just like get us all murdered.
Hand gunners. We obey.
Shoot that flying bitch!
Brace yourselves.
Crossbows are shooting him.
For Heldenhammer.
Sir_Arthur_of_itis cheered. X100. How many DLC/FLCs do you think are left for Bretonia? What would they include?
One.
Warhammer Robin Hood is probably a given.
Arthur of Itis. First of all, thank you very much for the bits. Second of all, I think Bretonia's got one good DLC left in it, but I think, I would love for them to get like an actual DLC, like just one DLC for Bretonia, like an actual piece of paid content, but they give you a paid content's worth of goodies, in exchange. You know, like a lot of new fancy units and stuff. And what I would recommend is you do Bertrand the Brigand as either a legendary lord or legendary hero. If he's a legendary lord, then you would get a shooting focused lord who has a system that revolves around like not chivalry, like he has like a different form of chivalry because he does not follow the chivalric code because he's not a knight, but he has like a more honest code, so to speak. Alternatively, you could do are y'all gonna be no, you're not gonna be able to see him. Maybe if we come over here we can see him. Alternatively, you could do Bahamon the Beast Slayer as the last Bretonian legendary lord, because Bahamon the Beast Slayer is like a super big badass, like he's a full-on Grail Knight. He's a direct descendant of Gilles Le Breton and has like a whole bunch of like super famous legacy things about him, and he's got like a big fucking mace and shield combo. So he's got like a unique weapon gimmick, and you could have him be like his whole campaign and gimmick and all that is that he's like obsessed with going after monsters. So he goes exploring different parts of the world to hunt monsters. So you could send him to like the Naga of Koresh. So you could send him down to Koresh to hunt like the horrifying monsters that are being created down there. And then you could explore concepts there. What I would probably recommend, because of what would make the most sense for Bretonnia, is you do Bahamut the Beast Slayer as your legendary lord, and then you do Bertrand the Brigand, who's your Robin Hood character, as a legendary hero. But Bertrand the Brigand's like main gimmick is that when he joins armies, he allows them to perform actions that are not normally considered chivalrous because of the way he like interacts with the code of chivalry. So like he allows you to sack settlements without taking a chivalry penalty, and he's like got all these cool shooting, you know, he's got shooting weapons and all this other stuff. For the generic lord, I would probably do a faceless, which the faceless are they're like either peasants or nobles who have gone into exile or fallen from grace, and so they've taken up the bow, and they basically run around, and they're like fully covered in like hoods that cover their faces and make it really hard to identify who they are, and they have bows and like swords and stuff, and they fight really dirty, but they fight for like the common good. So, you know, they're out there like killing the rich and helping the poor, and they're like actually enforcing the laws of chivalry through unchivalrous methods. So you could have this unique like archer character who is able to lead your armies and has like unique interactions there. Then for the generic hero, you get the Yeoman Siege Master, which has a different name. It's like the Yeoman Craftsman or something like that. But you could get a peasant hero whose whole gimmick is that he, you know, he's like the best mount that he can ride is just a crappy peasant horse. But he's able to buff your ranged units because he's like, maybe he has a longbow, so he has his own little longbow, and he's got like a whole bunch of gimmicks and stuff around that he's able to like make your war machine substantially better, and he's able to improve your army in like interesting little ways, because that's like an established unit in tabletop is you could upgrade your trebuchets to have a yeoman character. Not a character, but more like a unit champion, who would buff it. So like, just make him a character. You could also, if you wanted to get really fun and spicy, you could use him as a way to add the mechanic of granting the peasant archers the ability they had in tabletop to put up palisades. So in tabletop, you could put up like a little wall of spikes in front of your archers. So you could have it where he grants them that ability as an upgrade, which could either be that he makes the peasant archers in the army he joins, he just gives them charge reflection. So that could be really cool. So he just gives them charge reflection as if they were spearmen, which would be really powerful. Or you could have it where he actually gives them the ability to deploy genuine palisades on the battlefield, just like you used to be able to in Shogun 2, which would be that would be like so fucking awesome. But I could see them being like, oh, that's too much work. As far as the new units you would get, the big bad unit that I would be super excited to see for the super badass generic unit would be the Sons of Bretonnia. The Sons of Bretonnia are a canonical thing. They are the boys that were taken by the Fey Enchantress. When like, so you know how the damsels of Bretonnia are the women who demonstrate magical ability, and so the Fey Enchantress or a representative of the lady takes them at birth from their parents and raises them in the Fey realm so they learn magic and they become your wizards, right? So a lot of people always wonder, oh, what happens to the boys? Well, we get an answer in the canon, and they become what are known as the Sons of Bretonnia, and they are basically these super badass knights that ride on kelpies. So they ride kelpies, which is fucking awesome, and which are like water horses from like Celtic mythology, if you're not familiar with them. but their whole big gimmick is that they wield like tridents and these like crescent moon spears, and they don't wear a lot of armor, but the armor they do wear is like this silverine armor that's like in the shape of like shells and sea creatures and stuff. And so they don't have a lot of armor, but they make up for it by being like hardcore damage dealers and having like magical attacks and the blessing of the lady and yada yada yada. So they're not nearly as heavily armored as like your Grail Knights and stuff, but they make up for it by having more like magical gimmicks. Then you get Truffle Hounds. So Truffle Hounds would be a unit of essentially like War Dogs, so like Chaos Warhounds or those type, or like Rat Wolves, like that tier unit. But Truffle Hounds obviously would look a little different because they're hounds. And the Truffle Hound should have either a passive or active ability, which is basically that they go into like their super crazy aggressive mode, because the Truffle Hounds of Bretonnia have a really nasty evolutionary trait where when they sense like a rival or an enemy or like a opponent, Truffle Hounds of Bretonnia always go for the nuts. Like they will always try to castrate their opponent, whether it's a dog or a human or whatever. They'll try to rip their nuts off. So I think that should give them anti-infantry. But they're also known for being like fucking psychotic dogs. So I think it'd be fine for them to like maybe have the frenzy and the rampage talent. So like, you know, they can frenzy and they can go a little crazy. Or you maybe make it an active ability where it's an active ability that if you activate it, it causes them to rampage, but they also get frenzy as a bonus. So you kind of like weigh the pros and cons there. So you get Truffle Hounds, Sons of Bretonnia, you get Hemeralts. So Hemeralts, one of the two. So Hemeralts are very skilled archers. So they're like skirmisher archers that have trained particularly well to deal with knights. Because they go after, they're basically like Robin Hood's merry men, and they specialize in going after knights who have become like absolute bastards and need to be dealt with. So you have them be archers that have that are in skirmish formation, so they're nice and spread out. They have decent combat stats. They have woodsmen because they're good at like hiding in the forest and stuff. They should have and they should also have anti-large shots because they're good at shooting down, you know, knights. So that should just go with. And then the next unit I would do would be what would I do after that? I had to think for a moment. Felix has a skill tree now. It's so nice and sexy. So what? Sons of Bretonnia, Hemeralts, Truffle Hounds. Yeti13, thanks so much for the 10 gift subs. Thank you so much. That's so generous of you. Thank you, Yeti. I really appreciate that. God damn it. There's two more. I need to think for a half a moment. Oh gosh. So yeah, I already did Lords and Heroes. God damn it, I have two more on a list somewhere. Oh, Naiads. They're Naiads. Remembered one. Naiads. Mods ban that dude. Oh wait, no, don't. What is Kevin? Oh, never mind. Sorry, I misread what he said. He's fine. You can approve that comment. So Naiads, which Naiads are river spirits. Damn, Yeti, thank you so much. Another 5 gift subs. Dear Lord, dude, thank you so much. So you do Naiads, which are, so they're kind of like Dryads, but like, you know, river spirits. So they are, they're river spirits that are all about, they serve the Lady of the Lake. They have a well-established history of doing that. And their war forms are like super scary, and they're like aquatic spirits that would fight alongside your Bretonnians and yada, 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 yada. So that's the 4th one. And then...
I am Prince and Emperor.
Oh God, what should the last one be? I'll take another unit of Caribou Greatswords. Oh, okay, there's not a limit on how many you can have. So you can have a whole 20 stack if you want of these types of units. I also want Zentler's Rexguard. We're gonna put the Flagellants in both of, actually all three of these in his army. Oh God, my income! My money! Killing Blow, hell yeah. Hell yeah! Let's do Jade Scholar.
Tech 27 SS cheered. X100. Which factions are close to being done?
Dark Elves and Wood Elves. Dark Elves and Wood Elves are basically done. Nurgle's basically done. Zinch is basically done.
Return to review current TWWH3. Back in WH2 he gave the game such a huge player boost. A boost WH3 currently really needs. Also Malabor win?
Malabad win? Oh yeah, dude, I want Malabad so bad. Where's Gotrek? He didn't spawn because I don't have the DLC active, and there's a bug right now where you have to have the, I believe you have to have the Dwarf DLC active in order for Gotrek to show up. So it's a, CA is aware of the bug. I don't think they're going to be able to fix it before y'all get your hands on it, but they'll be fixing it very, very quickly. But it's just a current bug, unfortunately. So hopefully they'll fix it quick. Because everybody needs Gotrek in their life. Even if he doesn't want to be involved in your life at all. God, I need 5,000 fucking prestige for my next tech. Ooh. But it'll be worth it! The Questing Beast? I'm drawing a blank on that. Hold on. The fuck is a Questing Beast? I am not sure if those are actually a thing. Let's see. Let's do some deep digging real quick.
Time 9 shared. X100. Questing Beast isn't canon to Warhammer, but is a monster from Arthurian legends.
Oh. Okay, so no, it kind of sort of is. It's the loosest form of loose canon possible. So there's a piece of artwork that depicts what looks like Bretonnian knights riding on something. Like weird dragon, horse, giraffe things. So I mean, you could do. I feel like the Sons of Bretonnia would fill that, though. I feel like the Sons of Bretonnia kind of fill that niche. And I would much rather have the Sons of Bretonnia. Because I don't know what you would do to make the Sons of Bretonnia like notably different than the Questing Beast. Oh, Zufbar has fallen. Man, the Empire is struggling. This campaign.
Summon the Elector Counts. I am Prince and Emperor.
We must turn the tide.
Protector of the weak.
We've at least secured our border, so that's nice. Yeah.
In his name.
Yeah, max level Carroburg. Let's go. I can get Warrior Priest now, can't I? Oh, I can get Witch Hunters too. Ooh. Yes, I would like a Disciplined Warrior Priest for Karl Franz. And I would like... I don't really want a Noble Witch Hunter.
The nation calls. Watch it burn.
Nice.
What?
Steel and Tech for Daddy. Abarash versus Grimgor. Who takes it? Probably Abarash. Grimgor Grimgor is one of those characters that, like, it often... Oh, look, the Nemesis crown's right there. Grimgor kind of feels like one of those characters who, like, is completely and utterly undefeatable, and from, like, a plot lore standpoint, he kind of is. I feel like Abarash is enough of, like, a height where he could take Grimgor. It would be close, though. Like, it would be genuinely close. Like, Grimgor is the strongest orc in the setting. Period. And being the strongest orc means that he can go up against the martially greatest vampire. It would be a fairly even contest, which says a lot about Grimgor. Who would win, Queek versus Deathmaster Snitch? That's hard. That's very, very hard. My money personally would be on the Deathmaster. I think Deathmaster Snitch has enough going for him when it comes to, like, speed and like the weapons that he has, that he would be able to successfully, like, get through Queek's defenses and kill him. Because, I mean, Queek's insane. Queek's able to kill, like, Queek kills quite a few Clannish and assassins. Which goes to show that, like, he's not a fucking pushover by any means of the imagination. The only way that Queek would, I think, reliably... The level 1 fortress. Nah, I'd win. If Queek's trophies were talking to him and they knew Deathmaster was coming and could, like, figure out where he was, Queek would be able to get enough of a jump on Deathmaster Snitch that I think he could kill him. But that would be the only way.
Either for Empire or Southern Realms faction, which would make more sense.
Do I think CA could do a Musion DLC type thing? Yeah, I think they could.
82 cheered. X100. Do you think CA would do a Mouseland DLC, and if so, add a unique system for Bretonnia?
That is certainly possible. I will say, I think it would go a long way. That could be the free LC, actually, that came with it. Like, could you imagine how cool that would be if they did a... They could do a Bretonnia DLC, like a full paid content DLC for Bretonnia. But the good news you get out of it is that the free DLC that comes with it is that you get Malobod, the Black Serpent, and his faction as free DLC, where he's a bonus free DLC Legendary Lord character who is a fusion of Bretonnia and Vampire Count goodies. And then when I'm gonna say not if, but when they do the Vampiric Bloodlines DLC, they then follow that up by making the Red Duke fully playable, where the Red Duke is a Vampire Count faction that has access to Bretonnia elements. It's like a reverse of it. That would be like, ooh, that'd be sexy. Is there a way to do polls for mobile? Yes, but I don't know how off the top of my head. Lord Snipe and they all fall apart? Yeah, I'll let them come to me. We're gonna let these towers... Look at him go! He just falls on his face. Oh, that shit makes me laugh. I can't even like hate it. It's just so funny. He just slides on up. This game is amazing. He just T-posed. He just T-posed all the way up. Not a care in the world. I should probably dedicate units to the flanks just to be safe. Run, boys, run! Yeah, I want y'all to actually go stand over here so you can reinforce to either side. You're gonna go reinforce this flank. Actually, y'all don't need to go all the way. Just go part of the way. And if the enemy ends up going in that direction, we can deal with it then. Archers! Kill him! Daka 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 daka.
Crossbows ready, General! Ready for war! By Ulrich's Rock! Yes, sir! Take the ground!
Alright, we're in position. Man, y'all are not very accurate. My dudes. He's healing so much. Stop spam healing, it's not cute. Okay, he's almost to his heal cap. And his guys aren't even off the walls yet. This is going very well. Bring him down, bring him down. Once he starts actually crumbling, we can stop shooting him. Oh, there he goes. Hold your fire. How about you do that instead? Alright, their lord is dead before the fight even started. Actually, I want you in the back, and I want you in the front. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Yeah, this will be a massacre. Archers, fire at will. Okay, he does have units going around the flank. And also on this flank. So we're going to defend both sides. Cycle charge a bit. Bleh. Make sure we don't get stuck against the spears. Let's go around the back. Nice. Do Queek's trophies actually tell him things? Yes, that's what's super fucking scary about Queek. That's like easily the spookiest thing about him. Is that he knows a lot of information that he absolutely should not. Because the dead talk to Queek. Do you think there should be a Lichtenberg Empire unit for a landmark in Ockendorf? You mean Ockendorf? No. I don't know what you're referencing. Because I'm too American for such nonsense. But my answer is no. Oh, gosh. What's the easiest Skaven faction to play? Ikitclaw. Clan Scryer. It's so obscenely overpowered. Like to a fun extent. Alright. I'm going to kill this goblin. And I'm going to take the Nemesis Crown. And I'm going to seal it away. Because the Nemesis Crown is very powerful, but I do not need the diplomacy debuffs right now. So we're going to seal it away, which gives us a lot more money. And allows us to move on to the next stage of matters. What is the hardest Skaven clan to play? Probably... I would think it might be Queek at this point, just because he doesn't really have a lot going for him. Skrulk potentially is really difficult because you have a lot of people around you that just don't like you. Hard to say for sure, though. Tretch? I mean, I don't think Tretch's start position is that bad. And he gets access to, like, a really strong landmark building, like, really, really fast. Alright. Yay! We have control of the Wasteland. So I'm going to tell Otto.
Of course.
Otto is now the Elector Count of the Wasteland. Hell yeah. So he got the key. Nice. And we also have access to the Bordermen now. That's what I like to see. Infantrymen gives me upkeep production for infantry. Man-at-Arms is upkeep production for cavalry. I feel like my cavalry are already like super fucking buffed by Franz and all his goodies. So I think I would like to do infantry instead.
Bring me to my men.
Oh, upgrade Altdorf tier 4? Fuck yeah, brother.
I see no other option.
Give me money.
By the comet.
Nice, you got Nature's Blessing. 10% higher healing cap on all units in my army because we have a life wizard. Hell yeah. Will Toddy have his day? Eventually, I think so. Okay, so I can get Bordermen now. I would love some Bordermen in my army. I don't know what I'm going to replace for them. I might replace the, maybe the crossbows? I don't have enough money for it right now, so that's fine.
I'll have your soul. Never.
Not my soul!
True servant of Sigmar.
If I could just get a couple of guys, this army would be good, but I've got negative income right now.
Arch Lector.
Yeah, baby.
Indeed. What do you require?
Oh, you're supposed to go join Franz's army. Silly. Do the Sons of Bretonia use magic? Not exactly. They don't cast spells, but they do seem to use magic in some shape or form. So they would probably have, like, bound spells. Hey, Ross, really appreciate it. Thank you for the sweet words, my dude. I know there's a mod for it, but I wouldn't be against having a DLC with all the electric counts. It's a lot of guys. It's a lot of guys. Who, in the grand scheme of, like, Warhammer, are not all that super different. Like, a lot of them are very similar to one another. There we go. We have positive income again. Hooray.
Summon the Elector Counts.
Okay, the North Empire's looking pretty decent. Pretty decent.
I am Franz. They will obey.
Just gotta deal with little Kugoth here. Alright, let's drop Sigmar's sons so I can move them to a different army.
Sigmar here.
I'll take the Warrior Priest. Can you get... I'm gonna unit of Flagellants. I'll take it. Then let's do... I'm very tempted to... Let's get colonial factors. That'll help with trade.
You need me? Men of the Empire. Why, yes.
Let's,
Lord of what? Xiaoming.
What?
Ooh, midden...
Welcome,
Ooh.
my countrymen. Of course.
Alright, we got Military
The
Alliance.
Empire. Approach us, friend.
And
Make
Defense
so
Alliance.
be it.
Alright. We got friends! Oh, and that apparently impressed Zalming enough for trade. Nice.
Burn it to the ground.
You are surprisingly bad at stealing technology, good sir. Alright. So with that, I can now get rid of a crossbowman unit and hire some bordermen. Cool. And I can also hire 2 units of flagellants and maybe a unit of archers. So that's one. It's about 300. I can get like 2 units of archers. That'll actually give me an army that can actually fight the damn undead. Can a Marienburg port make land ships? Probably not, considering that the land ships were not built in Marienburg. They were built in Nuln. Marienburg did not have the capability of building them. And we got another massive legion of undead. My friends are ranting about... I can't tell if it's K-pop nonsense or Japanese nonsense. My very close friend group are a bunch of weebs.
Hey, sorry I was gone a bit. What do you think of the Akendorf landmark question?
No, I'm indifferent. I would say it doesn't jump out at me. No. No, there are other places I would probably want to prioritize first. Was the last Bretonian unit bombards? Ooh, Bretonian bombards could be cool. Bombards would be tricky though. I feel like to make bombards work, you would have to come up with a way that, like, having them in an army would have to come at like a massive chivalry penalty. Oh, opportunity to intercept. No, thank you. I mean, now they're trying to come inside. That's a lot of dead boys. No flyers, though. So, like, it's certainly doable. And he's got a Vargul, Morngul, Cairn rates, Hex rates. Oh, that's a lot of dead boys. So he's gonna have Krell. Which version of Krell does he have? Ooh, Krell is not gonna degrade. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be doable, boss. I don't think this is gonna be doable.
X100. How do you feel about Pegasus Knights using bows from the new book?
No. It's fun that it showed up in a Black Library book, but those were also exiled knights, so those are knights that have a very different definition of chivalry than proper Bretonnians. So I would say that's a big no.
This new update is really giving the game a real kick in the pants.
Yeah.
It's good to see the community so lively.
Yeah, thank you very much for the 29 months. Maybe camp at the top of the fort. I don't see how we can kill Krell. Like, that's the biggest issue I'm looking at. Like, I do not think we're going to be able to kill him. I mean, maybe if I position my... I mean, I have handgunners. So maybe if I position my handgunners well enough, we could just blow them to pieces with guns. Yeah, it's doable. It's doable, certainly. But it's not going to be easy. And the best thing about epic fights like this is that they're the perfect place to cliffhanger. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, it's 6 p.m. I am very, very hungry, and I need to get dinner. And I also have to make a bunch of videos for tomorrow. Because tomorrow is gonna be a very special day. For those unaware, just to make a quick announcement about it.
Dex 1000. I love Gelt. I love Kremlo.
You're not slick. No, Hammond, you're not slick. Thank you for the 20 months. So, a couple of quick things. If you haven't already, there's a poll up on the community tab on my YouTube channel for people to go vote for if you would like to vote for which campaign I'm going to play tomorrow, whether you want to vote for Malachi, Elspeth von Draken, or Tarmarcon. So if you would be so kind as to go vote over there, I would really, really appreciate it. Moros34, thank you so much for the 6 months. I also, I will be live tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time, so I hope you're looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. I'm going to be doing videos and a bunch of other stuff, but I had a really good time. Thank you for hanging out with me, but I've got a lot of work to do for tomorrow, and there's a lot of very exciting things to come. Also, I believe Malachi is winning by a fuck ton right now, so if you are not on Team Dwarf, you better go vote. Appreciate all the support. It's very fucking generous all over the place today. I cannot thank you guys enough. It means the world to me. I have a really hard time expressing myself when it comes to, like, thanking people for things. It's just, I don't know why. It's just hard for me. But thank you. I cannot thank you guys enough. It really, you do not know how much it does for me. You really, there are no words. So thank you all very much. Before I send you all off into the ether, I'm going to try and find some places to raid real quick. Because I actually know how to do YouTube raids now. And of course, we have Twitch raids as well. So I'm going to see if there's anybody on YouTube. I do not see anyone on YouTube. Is there Total War stream? Is that a thing? Nope. I don't even know how to explore live. There we go. Live. Nope. Nobody. Okay, cool. Well, YouTube, you're off the hook. But for Twitch, Lumi is streaming. Oh my god, Lumi's streaming Total War. Well, oh my god. Fucking Lumi. I really wanna stream with her, but I don't know if she'd want to do that. All right, Twitch, I'm gonna send y'all somewhere fucking wild to watch more Total War. Like, this girl she is something. So thank you all again for being here. Hope you have a lovely day, and I will see you when I see you tomorrow. for probably Malachi, based on how the vote's going, but we'll see what happens. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Bye-bye.